Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the International Forum on Spice Road 2024. This is the third day, and of course there will be extraordinary material and panelists. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the International Forum on Spice Road 2024. And of course there will be
Thank you, Balu kita. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning from Medan, everyone. Welcome again to the International Forum on Spice Road 2024. On the team is Spice Routes in Flux.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
An intercultural exchange. I'm Fira, who will again on the third day of IFSR. But before we begin, on behalf of Budaya Warisan Sumatera, we'd like to convey our gratitude to the National District Balu kita, Osprey, and to the Foundation for allowing us to host this morning from Medan, everyone. Since there is a proper national masalah science, so let me introduce a little bit of our team. Well, Beranda Warisan
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I'm Fira, who will be on the third day of IFSR, especially in Sumatra. We were established in the university by the central sector such as private and public sector, international and Austrian lectures. Then we also have the Pan-Sumatra network, since there is proper multiple discussion of parents to share the initiatives. Alright, so that's a brief introduction.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We have several keynote speakers, which is Prof. James Zeli, Professor especially in Sumatra, and Professor Dr. Bachelor and Master of Education. Also, we have two panels on maritime societies and the geopolitical implication of cultural heritage in Sumatra. But before we move to the next agenda, we will hear and share a speech from one of our Sumatra Heritage Trust members.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hello, is this network? James Zeli, Professor especially in Sumatra. Also, we have two panels on maritime societies and the geopolitical implication of cultural heritage in Sumatra. But before we move to the next agenda, we will hear and share a speech from one of our Sumatra Heritage Trust members.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hello, is this network? James Zeli, especially in Sumatra.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
For today, and Dr. Mufti Ali as the moderator as panel session 3. We are extremely delighted to have the opportunity to co-host the 6th International Forum 2024. We have 2 panel sessions today, as we are explained before, including the third discussion panel, and focus on geopolitical implication of cultural heritage management. And this session will be moderated by Mr. Irawan. This session will start at 13 o'clock. 1 p.m. after the lunch break, and this session there are 2 keynote speakers, namely Professor Dr. Wawan Sujarwo as a chairman of the Indonesian Ethnobiological Society, and Professor Dr. Sundari from Cairo University, Ternate, and there are 3 presenters will share their research results. This morning, panel session 4 on maritime societies will be initiated prior to the commencement of the panel session 3. Professor begins, namely Professor Dr. Wawan Sujarwo as the chairman of the Indonesian Ethnobiological Society, and Professor Dr. Sundari from Cairo University, Ternate, and there are 3 presenters will share their research results. This morning, panel session 4 on maritime societies will be initiated prior to the commencement of the panel session 3. Professor begins, namely Professor Dr. Wawan Sujarwo as the chairman of the Indonesian Ethnobiological Society, and Professor Dr. Sundari from Cairo University, Ternate, and there are 3 presenters will share their this morning, panel session 4 on maritime societies will be initiated prior to the commencement of the panel session 3.
Since there is a problem with Professor Jiang with the videos, I will start our fourth panel discussion in maritime society. In the session, we have Mas Mufti Ali Nasution as our moderator. Good morning, Mas Mufti. Alright, now the audience is yours.
Panel session 4 on maritime societies will be initiated prior to the commencement of the panel session 3.
And now, since there is a problem, sorry, we can Professor Jiang with the videos. I will start our fourth panel discussion in maritime society. In the session, we have Mas Mufti Ali Nasution as our moderator. Good morning, Mas Mufti.
Good morning. Panel session 4 on maritime societies will be initiated prior to the commencement of the panel session 3.
Sorry, we can Professor Wawan Sujarwo as the chairman of the Indonesian Ethnobiological Society. In the session, we have Mas Mufti Ali from Cairo University. Good morning,
Good morning. Panel session 4 on maritime societies will be initiated prior to the commencement of the panel session 3. We will discuss Dr. Wawan Sujarwo as the chairman of the Indonesian Ethnobiological Society, and we have Dr. Sundari from Cairo University, and there are 3 Good morning. Panel session 4 on maritime societies will be initiated prior to the commencement of the panel session 3. We will discuss Dr. Wawan Sujarwo as the chairman of the Indonesian Ethnobiological Society, and we have Dr. Sundari from Cairo University.
Hello and and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please introduce myself. I am Shuroyo, and now I will share my article with the title, Bukit Batu Fishermen's Village, how the border area of the Strait of Malacca became a trade center through the spice route 1645 to 1678. In this paper, I will share about the history of Kampung Nelayan as the center of spice route in Malacca's trade during Dutch colonization. When we talk about fisherman villages, we understand that the main commodity of people in there are seafood such as fish, crab, squid and others, influenced by the availability of surrounding natural resources such as timber, agriculture and fisheries, as well as market demand for commodities such as sugar, rice and fish were some of the most dominant commodities traded in Bukit Batu. Meanwhile, salt produced around Bukit Batu was most likely marketed to inland areas of Sumatra where sea salt was scarce. Spices such as pepper, cloves and cinnamon were also marketed in Bukit Batu, although they were not as popular as the main spice producing areas in the archipelago. Maybe we are all wondering, how can the Bukit Batu be a center of trading in Sumatra? Am I right? Well, the geographical location of Kampung Nelayan in the Malacca Strait has made it a strategic point in the maritime trade network since the past. Kampung Nelayan used to be located along the Strait of Malacca, one of the least traded in lanes in the world since ancient. Salt produced around Bukit Batu was most likely marketed to inland areas of Sumatra where sea salt was scarce. Spices such as pepper, cloves and cinnamon were also marketed in Bukit Batu, although they were not as popular as the main spice producing area for trade ships. Maybe we are all wondering, how can the Bukit Batu be a center of trading in Sumatra? Hello and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The geographical location of Kampung Nelayan introduce myself has made it a strategic point in the maritime trade network since the past. Kampung Nelayan used to be located along the Strait of Malacca, one of the least traded in Bukit Batu since ancient. Salt produced out of Bukit Batu was most likely marketed to inland areas of Sumatra where sea salt was scarce. Spices such as pepper, cloves and cinnamon were also marketed in Bukit Batu, although they were not as popular as the main spice producing area for trade.
Okay, so my research title.
Hello and good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, first the introduction. Yayasan Island is a small and remote island situated in the northernmost part of Indonesia, near the Philippines. It is only 6.7 kilometers, and density is around 25% per square kilometer. It has encountered severe challenges due to the distance from nearby cities, which is Manado, and is closer to Davao, the Philippines region. Okay, Yayasan has historical ties to maritime boundaries, notably through the Treaty of Peace using qualitative approach to enhance the students' island in social dynamics in Yayasan. I used two types of data. The first is primary data, which is observation. I use participatory iteration. I immerse myself in their daily life, and I participate in their usability. Second, I also use the interview. I conduct analyze the data to strengthen my analysis, which is structural review and implementation, and then the social solidarity approach concept to strengthen the concept from outsider. The second concept, social solidarity, is important in the existence of public moral belief. So there is a strategy in a social group which believe important fundamental aspect of social conditions. Another aspect is that there is two types of social solidarity. There is mechanical solidarity, which came from a small, close-knit community, and the other one is organic solidarity, which is usually found in urban community. But I want to strengthen this theory into the contemporary reality. Solidarity is an other concept which explores. There is also an important aspect which is social solidarity also refers to forms of social conditions that other individuals and groups that individuals and community one another do some mutual aid towards small strength or shape plus community that everyone is organic solidarity. The result first is the demographic and social community. First, the social condition. Majority of the Yayasan is people or Protestant Christian and explores the strength of the trader or farmer. Social gender roles in Yayasan not reaching the roles in Yayasan. Usually not living that or helping individuals those jobs such as the process of together the local characteristics of brand, the marketing of the the marketing of the farm harvesting. And then the second is the economic aspect. The majority of young people face social condition. They have jobs in the informal sector. Related to the first point, it is also challenged by the those by geographical isolation. It make Myanmar's communities this is also reinforced by findings of the start that says that the living of Myanmar's residents are in the poverty conditions. The culture, Myanmar's is more customary law that are always preserved by the community, especially by Myanmar's customary leaders. They call it the Adat in Indonesia. The name of the Adat is Mangku. The customary law has one regulates the customary leadership and population. So the aim to maintain the Myanmar's moral serving together with this. The unit of Myanmar's customary law it regulates community culture and annual rituals is regulated by the customary law, which the community leaders are gathered together to form catching or harvesting species or those in one of which usually farming is in this situation there are parties starting together to make a long rope and fishing net and then they are guarding the system to the shoreline and fishing this together. It is quite important for this since it is completely reinforced the community solidarity and responsible for natural resource management. And then it is also significant for the cultural aspects. It is from the intercultural natural resources, those similar with other islands, they make effort for their life. They have several fishing methods and practices. The first is called Malay. Malay is a traditional fishing method with a hook or without a fishing rod. It is run by this. It's called fishing by hook. It is usually there are some group of families gathered in nearby. It is also significant sport to do Malay. And then Bajubi is a traditional method also with traditional using performed at night by a small group of divers. So they dive through the nearby traditional lines like tunnel and traditional lines. Then they go in the dusk or down with fish or lobster. Yeah. And then our method is Basoma. It is called it is a night fishing. That done in groups. They usually done this also in groups in a small group using people. But the yield depends on the types of flight which primarily combines traditional practice using these over the boats offshore fishing. So they go fishing on this boat and have direction. They go in a fish and the Pambo owners is owned by like 7 or 8 persons in that. So the owners usually form an informal group to share their boats. They usually share the resources or the information where they want to go. After the ritual, they distribute catch among the residents and sometimes to combine. Yeah, it is quite interesting. And then the discussion in this book first when the fish is in the middle. This regarding the context, as culturally with Sulawesi and Mindanao. It is to shape cultural and intellectual exchange. I cited this from July 2011, and then the social cohesion. There is a strong communal ties supported by customary laws and justice practice after the rituals, and then there are also mutual support, gift giving, distribution, and then a communal use of Pambo, and then also the discussion also reflects there are no conflict with this aspect. There are no manifesting of the and then the cultural identity. And then how to sustain the responsibility to manage their resources as sustainably as they could. And also create and strengthen the social cohesion. And then there are also adaptation to globalization. First, the point was responsible consumption and production. I noticed that the traditional method, the practice methods are designed to meet not only the reality of exploiting their resources, it is also ensuring the efficient remains viable, remains sustainable for their future duration. And then to communities arrangements, scenarios that limit fishing, limit over-exploiting life in the water, the community effort in maintaining the fish population through their daily practice is also contribute to the long-term sustainability of their marine resources. Although there are also challenges with goals, which is point 17, the social capital in Mayas is built on the foundation of social solidarity. It presents opportunity for partnership with external stakeholders. Although there are no practice, is what I think quite fundamental is the cold storage. There is a limit, there are lack of cold storage over exploiting. It limits the ability of the water fishermen to preserve and market the catch. In the absence of the other one is the absence of proper intellectual practice. Proper is also contribute for the long run to sustainability of their marriage. Limit their although there are also challenges with their ability to transport their catching from the environment to Polish social actions, which is also similar with other island community, including change in sea temperature, weather pattern. Although there are marine biodiversity practices, lack of proper waste disposal fundamental is the cost of them. It is critical to complex business activities for less than public water emissions. The absence of social solidarity is essential in sustaining Myanmar's community in the middle of their geographical challenges and the limited infrastructure. There is future issues and also my gaps. I noticed that there is potential for sustainable changes in the community on this island, or maybe future practices like explore the impact on how modernizing practices how they can rely on modernizing economic conditions. So that's all. Thank you for your attention. I'm looking for discussion of the geographical challenges and the limited infrastructure. There is future issues.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is such a pleasure to meet all of you. First of all, I'd like to send my highest gratitude to the organizers who organized this amazing event. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tumpal Senator. You may call me Tumpal. I am an independent researcher who lives in Batam. My title research is pirate activities on Galang Island and their interactions with the surrounding areas. It is such a pleasure to meet all of you. But Galang Island remains only ancient since the construction of the organizers due to the topic. Let me actually introduce myself. My name is Galang Island. Galang Island is located in Batam. I am an independent researcher who lives in Batam with an area of the title research is pirate enterprise Galang Island and their relations with the surrounding areas. Galang Island remains only ancient due to the difficulty of land access. According to local folklore, Galang Island and its surroundings were once a stronghold for pirates with extraordinary power. Folktale is a narrative from the past that has been passed down orally. Generally, folktales recount events or the origins of specific places. There are several relevant literatures below for discussing Galang Island and the pirate activities. Most of them tell us that Rio Islands is linked to the areas important as a maritime route. Despite the authenticity of folktales, examining Galang Island remains intriguing because folktale could provide insight for us. This study is conducted by using a descriptive methodology with inductive reasoning. The first step involves data collection. The data are written sources, images, photographs, and maps. The collected data are then analyzed to address the research questions. And last step, there will be conclusions to provide answers. About findings, Short profile of Galang Island in the Riau Islands. Galang Island is part of the Galang subdistrict. The Galang subdistrict is comprised of several urban villages. Four urban villages that located within Galang Islands are Subangmas, Sijantung, Pangcate, and Karas. In the Galang subdistrict, there are two communities who often referred as the indigenous communities of Batam City, which are the Orang Laut or Sea peoples and the Orang Darat or land peoples. Orang Darat are now at risk of extinctions, but Orang Laut still have a relatively large population. The Galang subdistrict comprises three main islands, Rempang, Galang, and Galang Baru, connected by the Baralang Bridge, which was constructed by the late Mr. B.J. Habibie. Galang Island has historically been associated with various refugee and internment activities. The Dutch East Indies government attempted to develop land for rubber cultivation in Galang Island, and the Galang Island was used for a repatriation of Japanese soldiers by the Allies. And then there were many refugees, Vietnamese refugees, came to Galang Island because of the Vietnam War. And last one, there was a rumor for Rohingya refugees from Myanmar to live in Galang Island. A brief overview of the toponymy of Galang Island. So Galang means foundations because the boat could not be launched from the story. So the solution, they use 7 first-time pregnant women as a foundation to enable the launch, which gave rise to the island names Galangan. Pirate activities on Galang Island. In 1820s and 1830s, Galang Island became a key hub for pirate activity. The Temenggung Abdul Rahman of Singapore also recognized the island's loyalty and demonstrated close economic relationship between Galang Sea people and the royal elite. In the 1830s, the pirates of Galang Island reached their peak, becoming a formidable force in the region despite effort by the Dutch to curb their activities. In 1836, Galang Island's role as a pirate base was acknowledged by British authorities, so they destroyed pirate settlements on Galang and Karimun Islands by using Mentrumache. After that, 270 Galang families seeking refuge in Singapore under Temenggung Ibrahim's protection. In the late 1850s and early 1860s, there was a pirate gang led by Pak Ranti from Galang Island, who was responsible for many deadly pirate attacks. Pak Ranti at the end surrendered to Dutch official in Riau by the end of 1861. In the early to mid 19th century, piracy on Galang Island persisted, but the Dutch and British increasingly regulated their activities. But colonial powers actively policed the straits to suppress piracy. Besides serving as a stronghold for pirates, Galang Island functioned as a significant slave trading market as well. As we can see, the reports from 2 newspapers from Singapore. Historically, Galang Islands served as a pirate hideout due to its minimal human presence, dense vegetation, and strategic geographical features. This feature, coupled with strong currents, allowed the pirates to ambush ships traveling through the South China Sea and Malacca Strait. Wulandari et al. Note the island became infamous for piracy, contributing to Batam's reputation as a dangerous area for colonial era shipping and trade. So, conclusion, Galang Island, located in the Riau Islands, boasts a rich and intriguing history.
Greetings and thank you for the opportunity to present at this esteemed forum. Today, I will discuss the crucial aspect of Indonesia maritime security, focusing on the role of our coastal communities within the framework of the Indonesia Maritime Security Index or IKL, Index Keamanan Laut from Bakamla. The paper was written by my friend Abel Josapat Manulang and me, Yosua Saud Marut Wabultong. And the paper is titled Sharing the Coachman Seat, Maritime Communities, Role in Safeguarding Indonesia Seas within Indonesia Maritime Security Index, IKL. As an archipelagic nation, Indonesia development and interests are deeply intertwined with the sea. Our maritime domain is not only a key driver of economic growth and food security, but also a vital element of our national security. The security of this water is therefore paramount. To address this challenge, Indonesia has introduced the IKL, an innovative tool designed to maintain and enhance our maritime security. What makes the IKL particularly significant is its inclusive approach, acknowledging the role of various actors beyond just governmental agencies, including the maritime communities. The inclusion of coastal communities or maritime communities in the IKL highlights their potential to contribute meaningfully to Indonesia maritime security, especially in an era where non-state threats such as illegal fishing, smuggling, maritime pollution are on the rise. Our methodology in this paper, we employ a qualitative research method, and the data was gathered from various sources. The primary source from Bakamla website and database, and also relevant laws, also media, and the secondary data is media and previous studies. Our discussion is first starting with the Anthropocene in Indonesia seas, a nexus of activities and emerging threats. Indonesia seas are an arena where human activity meets the force of nature. For our coastal communities, the sea is a lifeline, a source of livelihood, and a way of life. However, this resilience also exposes them to the darker side of maritime activity, such as illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing or AUU fishing, smuggling, and illegal waste dumping, to name few. In this context, the vulnerability of maritime communities become evident. Any disruption in maritime security, whether it from illegal fishing or maritime pollution, directly impact their livelihood and way of life. It is here that their role in maintaining security becomes not just important, but also necessary. On the IKL itself, the IKL, it was initiated by Bakamla RI in 2022, and it is still in development, still in progress, but already shows some promise. It consists of 6 key dimensions, as you can see here, include patrol capacity, surveillance capacity, handling of crimes at sea, handling of violation at sea, maritime pollution control, and maritime accident management. In 2022, initially Indonesia scored 53 on this index, which improved to 56 in the next year, earning the predicate of well control. The index is more than just a score. It is a reflection of our maritime security posture and the collective efforts of various stakeholders, including our maritime communities. So, how the maritime communities role exactly in Indonesia Maritime Security Index here? The IKL's Maritime Surveillance Dimension here explicitly mention the role of maritime communities. This recognition underscore their potential to assist governmental agencies in monitoring and protecting our water. Given the past numbers of coastal communities spread across the archipelago, that involvement can significantly extend the reach of existing surveillance efforts. And several initiative has been launched before to harness this potential. Bakamla RI and Ministry of Marine Affairs are the prime user of them. From Bakamla RI, they have Rapala, Relawan Penjaga Laut Nusantara, and from the Ministry of Marine Affairs, they have Pokmaswas, Kelompok Masyarakat Pengawas. This program empower communities to actively participate in maritime surveillance, providing real-time reports and insight from their local areas, from their working region. So, in conclusion, Indonesia maritime communities are both vulnerable and crucial for maintaining maritime security. The IKL is a testament to Indonesia's innovative approach for maritime security, recognizing the importance of the communities in our collective efforts. By further developing and integrating these communities into our security framework, we can ensure that they are not only contribute but also benefit from a secure maritime environment. That's all my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Arfan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Arfan Habibie, Master Sergeant in History, Universitas Indonesia. First, for me, I will be presentation of my research. The title is Potential Maritime Routes for Spice Trade Through Threats of the Past in Jepara, Indonesia. Next. First, my backgrounds. The existence of trade routes in spice commodity was able to connect and bring together trade from various nations in the archipelago in the past era. Several strategic area became the center of civilization through the economic development of the impact of the spice routes, including the most profitable, namely in the Jepara region, Central Java, Indonesia. This is the map of Jepara. You can look, this is the border of Jepara. The right border is Jepara. Next. And my research method is with this writing with historical methods, namely heuristic, criticism, interpretation, and historiography. Next, this is my result and discussion. First, the beginning of the spice trade routes in Jepara. The strength of the memory and communal identity of the Indonesian people is one of them, through evidence of the spice route. The route previously raised the archipelago to the international world.
And the Jepara region has also developed in the boosting area, especially in the field of the shipping and trade, both nationally and internationally. Next, you can look, this is the Jepara, the picture of Jepara in the colonial era, and now this is the picture of Jepara. Jepara is a district in Central Java province which has a western boundary directly bordering the Java Sea, the eastern Pati and Kudus Regency, the national boundary of the Mak Regency, and the north also bordering the Java Sea. The emblem of Jepara West is Sulawesi, the coast is calm and safe, making Jepara able to develop into the port and city. In the 16th century, Jepara was the trading port of the Mak and area under the rule of the Mak kingdom, since the reign of Raden Patah. And the Queen Kalinyamat with oppression. This is a hero from Jepara. Queen Kalinyamat with a present as a 16th century female figure who was widely mentioned in the history of Nusantara trades and the development of Islam in Java. Queen Kalinyamat's attention to trade shipping was because Jepara had a safe harbor and finally legal fleets. The development of Jepara, which a finally laid fleet can be seen from the sending of 200 ships of the Muslim alliance because it had the strong navy Jepara. Sends of 40 ships consisting of 40,000 to 5,000 Jepara soldiers. In addition, when helping Aceh in attaching to Portuguese in Malacca. Next, second is potential of maritime trade route community in Jepara. Jepara with aspiring collaboration signed the 17th century with the presence of local trade along the north coast of Java and trade from China, and even the following pre-Japan, which had a wide impact as never bigger converse of historian. It's not easy to find comprehensive literature on the history of Jepara that is connect to study of conglomeration at the spice and seal routes. Jepara is a less fertile area the agriculture. Area was only 4950 hectare in 1815. Next, even based on the report, there was no food in Smara resident in September 1908. The rice harvest was good in the Kendal and Jepara division, and like in the Pati and Juwana and Tanju district of the Pati division. This is because other business had not cut price for the past month. And you can look, this is the Jepara carving. The Jepara carving industry was most rapid when R.A. Kartini promotes Jepara craft industry product to all corners of the world. The many potential of the Jepara region as geographically strategic region as a maritime area, the potential in the future. Therefore, optimization is needed can be done. And the last, this is my conclusion. In the 16th century, Jepara was trading brought the Mak and was an area under rule of the Mak kingdom. Since the region of Raden Patah, to continue under the leadership of Queen Kalimat will become an important figure and play a significant role on the north coast of Java since the mid 16th century. Through this development until the 70s until 20th century, Jepara continued to have an important role in the global trade route. In addition to spice, Jepara also has famous wood carving identity and several other unique crafts. Through this potential, the maritime community in Jepara need to be optimized against in the future with the support of cooperation for various related parties. This is my reference from archive, paper, and photo, and from book and journal article. This is for me. Thanks for all. See you.
Komodo Islanders amongst fishing, tourism, and local knowledge. Komodo Village is the only settlement in Komodo Island today. On my latest fieldwork, the riverbank and hilly area was full of new houses. This rapid population growth in enclave area might be caused by the new local families and the newcomers from the surrounding areas. Facing this population growth, Komodo National Park does not have authority to limit it because all of the civil administration has been managed by West Manggarai Regency. Administratively, Komodo Village is under auspice of Komodo District in Flores Island since 1960s. The issuing of research permit, SIMAXI, was not difficult because Komodo National Park Office has its own authority toward Komodo Island and other islands inside Komodo National Park. On my initial fieldwork, 2013, I lived along with Komodo villager for 3 months and a half. On my second fieldwork, 2016, I lived in Komodo village for 1 month and a half. On my third fieldwork, 2022, I came along One Health Collaborating Center of Universitas Gadjah Mada. Participant observation is important for me to get the trust from the informants. To analyze data, I did the literature review because lots of the informants still accentuate folklore and oral history based on their ancestors' story. Officially, Komodo National Park Office has been run the conservation mission since 1988. However, the process of building Komodo National Park had gone through a long time. The arrival of conservation mission on 1980s had united the islanders who live scattered in Komodo Island into the location that today known as Komodo Village. Today, the Komodo villagers become a hybrid society because they consist of many ethnics and clans, but they have one tradition and one language to communicate each other. In carrying out the conservation mission, Komodo National Park Office has defined 9 zones inside Komodo National Park area. Komodo villagers occupied the traditional settlement zone. Basically, they are allowed by Komodo National Park to earn a living in 5 zones. For some customary needs, they obey the rules when they have to enter the forbidden zones. For example, when they need to visit their tertoho or picking the tamarind. Tertoho is a sacred site that is made from the pile of stones. Other villagers also name it as Boho, Pravu, or Berapu, which means sacred. The belief concept of Tertoho is almost similar with the belief concept of Pravu in Bojo, the local name of Bima, before the arrival of Islam. There are about 9 Tertoho which are scattered in Komodo Island. Until today, the Komodo villagers still visit their Tertoho for some good reasons. Since became part of East Nusa Tenggara in the early 20th century, Komodo Islanders still preserve Bima tradition. Komodo Island was under authority of Bima Sultanate circa 16th until 19th century. Komodo Island is located in strategic area, so it was also a shelter for fishermen, slaves, traders, and pirates. And it became a trade route from surrounded areas. Talking about Komodo Island, it is not only about people and the natural products of this island, but also about the Komodo dragons itself. These dragons inhabited Komodo Island since a long time ago. The Komodo Islanders lived coexist with these dragons in a long time until they understood the adaptation strategy. Y.K.H. van Steen, as the resident Van Timor, amazed by the report of discovering buaya darat. Immediately, Van Steen sent a report to P.A. Owens as the director of Bogor Botanical Garden at that moment. Marine retainer or punggawa laut in Komodo water played important role before the arrival of conservation mission. There were some marine retainers in Komodo Island. They had the capital and they set the moment to catch marine products. My informant said that there were moments which they were prohibited to catch baronang fish because it is one of slow-growing species. Here I see that punggawa laut used to hold their local knowledge to control the fish sustainability. Punggawa laut used to own bagan boats to accommodate their fishermen and its marine catches. Komodo Islanders categorize 3 monsoons in Komodo water, namely East Monsoon, Southeast Monsoon, and West Monsoon. During East Monsoon, the fishermen make their most of time to catch the fish. Besides fishing, they also open trip for the tourists. East Monsoon is the best moment to do more activities because the sea is calm and there are more tourists visit the Komodo Island. When the Southeast Monsoon starts, some fishermen still go fishing. During West Monsoon, fish are scarce in Komodo village because only few fishermen who go fishing. Today, the electricity for the villager is available for 24 hours since the state electricity company has operated in 2018. Although the electricity is unlimited now, the stock of ice in Komodo village is still limited. The fishermen from Komodo used to buy the ice from Labuan Bajo. They bring a large ice box during fishing. They sell big fish to the fish market in Labuan Bajo and they bring back the lives to the village. Komodo National Park Office created some programs to assess the Komodo villager. Those are Omang Atamodo, Wani Kilengmodo, and Lingkar Ihang. Unfortunately, Lingkar Ihang is no longer ongoing at this time. Cultivate the tiger grouper is not easy. This fish has a high selling value, especially if it is sold alive, but it needs minimal 6 months to be harvested. Tourism in Komodo Island had been started after the invention of Komodo dragons. Some articles about Komodo dragons were published in many newspapers, and it attracted tourists to visit Komodo Island and Labuan Bajo. Ron and Valerie Tyler, a couple of divers, also conservationists, had dived in Komodo water on 1973. During this monsoon, some fishermen make wooden statues and many kinds of souvenirs from clam shell, like pendant or keychain. Meanwhile, they do not have fishing skill, are active in logistics sector, diving, and guiding a short trekking in the village. The Bugis descendants are known as expert builders of wooden house and boat. They use bolt system to maintain resilience. Iron nails just used for strengthen the bolt. Making wooden house and boat is a representation of their local knowledge because they use local measure to calculate it. The villagers have other local knowledge in navigation for sailing, fishing, and diving. Sometimes they see the movement of sky objects at night, moon and or stars to make a prediction of a good day to start the project or activity. Before the arrival of conservation mission, Komodo Islanders lived nomadic inside and surround Komodo Island. They fulfilled their daily life by fishing, hunting, and gathering the natural products. Today, Komodo villagers have many ways to earn a living. The rapid wave of tourism can obtain their local knowledge.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. First of all, I want to introduce myself. My name is Rahmat Oli. I am a Master of Art Economy student from the Universitas Islam International Indonesia. Today, I want to presentation my paper research My paper is titled is Maritime Economic Activity and the Wealth and Marine Resource. How can the blue economic sector support economic growth in North Sulawesi? Okay, without any further ado, I will start my presentation today. Okay, the first I will to explanation about the blue economic concept. The blue economic is an economic development concept that involves the sustainable development of marine, the terrestrial resource, emphasizing the use of the technology to enhance the utilization of marine resource. The blue economic concept highlights the significance of developing coastal area according to their unique strengths and potential. This approach emphasizes that leveraging local resource and capability in development will assist the government in more accurately mapping and planning the region of the optimal outcomes. The concept of the blue economy seeks to promote sustainability of coastal and the marine resource and environment while also fostering economic growth in Indonesia. Marine and fishery sector give the country status as an archipelago. Blue economic in Indonesia covers several sectors, including fishery, renewable energy, tourism, water transportation, waste management, and effort to mitigate climate change. Potential blue economic in North Sulawesi. North Sulawesi blue economic potential includes key sectors such as marine tourism, fishery, aquaculture, and port activity. This is because North Sulawesi has a very large water area. Blue economic sector in North Sulawesi. According to Kamar Dagang Indonesia, Kadin, blue economy in Indonesia covers several sectors, including fishery, renewable energy, tourism, water transportation, waste management, and effort to mitigate climate change. So this article seeks to explain how the blue economy sector in North Sulawesi, namely in this article, the blue economy sector taken is fishery, water ecotourism, and the port activity. It is for economic growth of gross regional domestic product (GDP) and also giving impact to coastal community in North Sulawesi itself. This is okay. The first blue economy sector is ecowisata marine. This is Bunaken Marine Park. Bunaken Marine Park is located around the island of Bunaken, which is a part of the Bunaken National Park. Bunaken National Marine Park is most visited by tourists in foreign countries because this national park is located close to the capital of the North Sulawesi province, namely Manado City. This marine park has one of the highest marine biodiversity in the world. According to Citra et al., tourists visiting the Bunaken Island National Park have a positive and significant on GDRP in the Sulawesi province. A first leg of the state of tourism has positive and significant influence on GDRP in the Sulawesi province. And sustainable tourism in line with this in the concept of economic. Bunaken National Park management continue to strive to development and maintain the sustainability of the coral reef ecosystem in underwater area. The impact for economic growth in coastal community, furthermore, according to Lumi et al., the positive impact of the tourism on the welfare of the community in the Bunaken village is the first contributing to balance of payment, the second spreading development to non-industrial area, the third in creating employment opportunity, and the fourth the impact of economic development in general through the multiplier effects. The second of the blue economy sector is the fishery production. North Sulawesi capture fishery production nationally ranked is out of 38 province with a total production of the 393 tons according to data from the Central Statistic or BPS in 2021. North Sulawesi stand out as the leading province in Indonesia for tuna fish production. Within the blue economy sector, its province include in the study process specific advance within the realm of the blue economy, with the North Sulawesi excelling notably in the fishery. In the line with the concept of the economy in the 2023, the government of North Sulawesi issued the government regulation per group of North Sulawesi Province number 11 of 2023 concerning the action plan for sustainable fishery management 2023 until 2028. The impact for economic growth in coastal community. The first is the coastal community with the large fish production in North Sulawesi water. It has a positive impact as coastal community with the many local people. Therefore, this makes North Sulawesi has the 87,000 people who work as fishermen, and the economic growth itself, according to data from the Central Badan Pusat Statistik, the structure of the North Sulawesi economic corridor to business fields at the current price, the third quarter of the 2023 was dominated by the agriculture, forest, and fishery business sector in the third quarter of the 2023, which contribute 20% to North Sulawesi GDP 2023. And the third of the blue economic sector in North Sulawesi is the port activity. The port activity is the North Sulawesi has a significant impact on the region economic growth. Ports serve as a vital point in the trade supply chains connecting North Sulawesi with the domestic and international market. It is subsidiary PT Equiport Inti Indonesia has electrified for a unit of container cranes CC at the Bitung Container Terminal TBP North Sulawesi Solo this year. The electrification is to carry out the order to implement the Green Port Program, which is a concept of sustainability for development to reduce carbon emission. The impact for economic growth in coastal community. The first economic growth, according to BPS of North Sulawesi Province, the export value of North Sulawesi Province in March 2024 was recorded at $43 million in port of the 18 million tons through the port, so that this sector contributes to 11.61 to GDP of the North Sulawesi Province in 2023. And the coastal community itself, within the existence of the Bitung Port, the community around Bitung Port can indirectly increase their economic and can reduce employment around Bitung Port. The positive impact include labor absorptions and economic improvement around the port. And the blue economic on economic growth in North Sulawesi. Overall, the economic sector such as fishery, marine ecotourism, port activity not only contribute directly in North Sulawesi GDP, but also strengthen the region economic resilience by continuing to utilize and development the potential of marine resource. In sustainable manner, North Sulawesi can continue to experience the inclusive sustainable economic growth. In the conclusion, economic recommendation and this research refers the blue economic sector has great potential in the supporting economic growth in North Sulawesi to the utilization of the marine economic activity and the rich marine resource. Key sectors such as fishery, ecotourism, marine, and port play a crucial role in increasing the region gross regional domestic product GRDP or economic growth. Fishery contributes significantly to local income and food security, while aquatic ecotourism offer opportunity for economic diversification, environmental preservation that have a positive impact on the tourist attraction. And import also activities support trade and distribution of goods. The core recommendation I will give to this research, human resource capacity building and marine education, develop blue economic focus training and education program to improve human resource capacity in North Sulawesi, especially training coastal community in understanding the blue economic understanding the coastal community and understanding the blue economy sector so that coastal community can involve in government program activities. Thank you so much. That's all my presentation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hello, good morning, good evening, esteemed colleagues and guests. Today, I'm honored to present my finding research titled Tanah yang Terberkati, Clove in the Contemporary Fisherman Experience in Pulau Tiga, Natuna Island, Kepulauan Riau. This research delves into the significant role that clove, seemingly ordinary crop to some, play in social, economic, and cultural life of fishermen on Pulau Tiga, Natuna. So, in Natuna Sea, officially acknowledged as part of Indonesia territorial waters under United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, is widely known for its association with territorial disputes, illegal fishing, and tension in the South China Sea. These issues are closely connected to Natuna strategic position, sharing maritime boundaries with Vietnam, Malaysia, and Cambodia. Pulau Tiga is one of the island in the Kepulauan Riau where most of inhabitants rely on fishing as their primary livelihood. What makes this island unique is the strong connection between the clove plant and the fisherman's life. Clove are not merely an economic commodity here, but also hold an essential place in the local tradition and customs. A report from the Indonesia Ocean Justice Initiative on 2021 highlight that illegal fishing fishing in the North Natuna Sea involves over 100 Vietnam fishing boats engaged in unlawful practices. This situation put traditional fishermen who rely on basic fishing tools significant disadvantage and marginalized. So, additionally, local government lack the necessary authority to oversee and regulate the activities of Natuna tradition fishermen who venture into distant water. Since the colonial era, cloth have held great value as a commodity. Not only were they traded globally, but they also became deeply ingrained in the social and cultural fabric of the Pulau Tiga community. For the fishermen in Pulau Tiga community, cloth represent more than just economic gain. They are seen as a symbol of natural prosperity and the resilience of the community, providing an important source of alternative income. So this research is explored to role of clove plant in the everyday life of contemporary fishermen on Pulau Tiga, specifically how this plant contribute to their economic resilience and how its presence strengthen social and cultural bond within the community. This research, this study employ a qualitative method with a deep interview, in-depth interview, and I also applied the observation participation in the field. So I conduct with local fishermen and their family. I also collected data from historical document and local sources related to the clove plant in the region. So, alternative source income in fishermen in Pulau Tiga. Through my research, I found that clove carry profound meaning for the fishermen of Pulau Tiga. Beyond serving as a source of income, clove are seen as a symbol of blessing and resilience. So, faced with declining fish catch and economic challenges, the clove plant has provided us essential supplementary income, enabling the fishermen to sustain their livelihood. Additionally, clove play a significant social role as they are often used in local ceremonies, celebration, as a symbol unity among families. The livelihood of the Natuna Sea community are deeply connected to the sustainable of marine resource. Numerous studies emphasize how maritime community rely heavily on income from the sea, creating the common perception that their entire existence revolves around marine resources. However, in the Pulau Tiga, Natuna, the reality is different. The community there does not solely depend on the sea for their survival due to factors like development, technological progress, and changing perspective. Many have turned to alternative income resource outside the maritime sector. Clove tree positively influence local hydrology by helping regulate the water balance. They absorb rainfall and reduce exercise runoff, contributing to the availability of clean water for the Pulau Tiga community. This is essential for preventing through the essential consist flow to the island spring. In this way, clove support both the sustainability of water resources and community access to clean water. Clove for the social and cultural life fishermen on Pulau Tiga are not only important economic resources, but also hold the symbol value in the social and cultural practices of Pulau Tiga community. They play a significant role in local ceremonies, including wedding, births, and Thanksgiving rituals. Moreover, cloves are often regarded as a symbol of blessing and prosperity, believed to bring well-being to the families who grow them. The clove plant also influenced the social dynamic of the fishing community in Pulau Tiga. Ownership of clove land is often seen as a status symbol, with families possessing numerous clove trees, gaining greater recognition and being viewed as more economically secure. Additionally, clove are valued as a hereditary asset, strengthening family ties and integration connection. Clove play a key role in the various ritual and cultural practices on Pulau Tiga, notably in religious and ceremonial event. For example, in the sea ritual known as Semah Laut or Bele Laut in Malay language, clove are used in offering to seek protection and blessing for fishermen before they embark on their voyage. So in conclusion, I conclude that this research highlight in the importance of maintaining the sustainability of clove cultivation on Pulau Tiga, not only from an economic perspective, but also from the cultural one, our religious one. Clove have become an integral part of the fisherman identity, and without them, on a vital piece of their cultural heritage may be lost. Therefore, policies that support the development and protection of clove cultivation, along with community education on sustainability, are crucial for the future of this valuable plant. That conclude my presentation. I hope this insight from my research can be shed light on the significant on of clove in the life of fishermen on Pulau Tiga. Thank you for your time and attention. Thank you very much.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present my research paper. The title is Spatial Spillover from Digitalization and Financing Stimulus Toward Regional Sustainable Inclusive Blue Economic Growth in Indonesia. The outline is concise of 5 main parts, which are introductions, literature review, methodology, results and discussions, and conclusions. The introductions, we're talking about the two. The first is impressive in fisheries GDP growth and about the necessity of the inclusive blue growth. Today, the growth of Indonesian fishery economy shows a consistent positive trend with a growth rate that is always better than the previous period. In addition, massive extractive activity in the water, especially the sea, have accelerated the economic growth of these sectors. However, the high level of exploitations and extractions of water is further to create a negative externality such as water pollution and damage to marine ecosystem. There are two features that present in here. Firstly is fishery GDP is slowed down from 2020 to 2021 and impressive growth after 2021. And the fisheries in the local GDP, there are in Nusa Tenggara is most powerful growth. Next, about inclusive blue growth in a new approach amid digitalization penetrations and financing injection. There are too many parts in decisions. Inclusive blue growth is an important approach that stands out as the only measure that integrates environmental compatibility into economic development efforts while supporting sustainable development goals. More specific, the digitalization and financial stimulus of blue growth sector are crucial for sustainable development and economic progresses. So there are two transmission. Firstly is bank investing in a blue and sustainable firm, and secondly is fiscal incentive. Our banking policy and other incentive are essential in sustaining progressive inclusive blue growth. Next. We're talking about the research objective and novelty. The research objective is to analyze the role of digitalization and financing on blue inclusive growth in Indonesia. But the research novelty, there are 4 parts. The previous study are relatively few and mostly focused on achieving growth in general. Not only that, the previous research is often associated with aggregate behavior, which sometimes lead to limited syncretism with inclusiveness. The third is research related to inclusive growth is limited to green coverage, so there is a need to deepen it to support blue informations. And lastly, digital dominance and incentive vectors is one of the best connectors among the explanatory vectors. So it has the potential to be one of the best connectors among the explanatory vectors. Then we're talking about the literature review. There are 3 main parts. Firstly is digitalization and inclusive green growth, and the second is bank financing and inclusive green growth, and the fiscal decentralization and inclusive green growth. There is limited research that directly addresses blue inclusive growth. Therefore, the outcome reference for blue inclusive growth is adapted from green growth. Okay, well, ladies, the digitalization plays a crucial role. So this positive effect in the previous hypothesis, the financial loans to support green economics is increasingly recognized as a positive impact, and the fiscal decentralization influence positive in green economic growth. Next. We're talking about the methodology. There are two methodology. Firstly is calculate inclusive blue growth, and the secondly is about the effect of digitalization and financing on blue inclusive growth. The calculating inclusive blue growth is using efficiency analysis. There are Leuenberger indexations. We would like to guiding the efficiency index, input and output, and then undesirable output. The input consists of four main parts, which are labor, investment, electrical consumptions, water consumption, and water surface, then GDP, and then water stress. Next. The effect of digitalization and financing on blue inclusive growth will be measured by the efficiency analysis and continue using the spatial and temporary panel or dynamic panel that are generalized method of movement. This LI is inclusive blue growth, and FI is a financing incentive or finance or fiscal decentralization, and D is digitalization, and the lambda is the coefficients, is X is control variable. Next. There are four parts. Firstly is the blue inclusive growth from estimations. Digitalization is calculated from the fifth component. Firstly is electrification ratio of individual internet users, cell phone user ratios, internet facility ratios, and ratio of broadband facility. And the third is bank financial separated by each other's natural algorithm of commercial bank agricultures and natural logarithm of MSA's agricultural sector credit. And I'm so sorry about the decisions. Is natural algorithm of fiscal decentralization is other part from the financing. Then the last is control, the sum variable. There are life expectancy and average use of schooling of many schooling, industrial structures, and mining structures. Next. We would like to talking about the spatial estimation. There are two main parts highlight in this estimations. The digitalization is a negative effect on a blue inclusive growth, to note it, and then the spatial spillover is associated negative effect. There are 1.09 and 0.637 percentages. So this is very crucial. And then the results of GMM estimations. Next. We're talking about the GMM estimation. There are digitalization is associated in negative effect, same as spatial regressions models. Further informations, the financing from bank, MKM or SMSs, and financial government is doesn't associated, but the government is fiscal decentralization associated in negative effect to blue inclusive growth. Next. So we would like to talking about the discussion that is also showing that the digitalization and financing still negatively affect blue inclusive growth, indicating complexities that need to be addressed in achieving sustainable development involve marine resource. In addition, although financing aims to support business in the marine sectors, it turned out that its implementation it's still not optimal. This can be due to uneven distribution of financing, difficulty in assessing vulnerable or unjudiciable scrap, and a lack of understanding of sustainable financial management among beneficiaries. A spillover aspect that shows a negative impact when socio-democratic elements are included is also an important point of concern. The spillover effect, which should bring benefits to the wider community, shows the opposite result when socio-demographic variables are taken into account. Lastly, we're talking about the conclusions. The results and the conclusion in the study show that digitalization and financing currently have a significant negative influence on blue inclusive growth, while digitalization and financing are expected to be key driver in accelerating inclusive growth. The reality is that the implementation of these two vectors still face obstacles that adversely affect the desirable outcome. The negative impact of digitalization can be used by infrastructure unpreparedness, inequality in access to technology, and lack of the training and support for coastal community in adopting new technologies. Lastly, we're talking about policy recommendations. Here are some policy recommendations that can be taken to address these issues and support more inclusive and sustainable development in the marine sectors. There are 7 pathways. The first is inclusive technology infrastructure development. Second is a training and capacity building program. Thirdly is a review and reorientation of financing policy, increasing transparency and accountability in financial management, collaboration between government, private sector, and local community, as improving social welfare as a supporter of inclusivity, sustainable research, and development. Thank you. Those what we can deliver to you. All the backward for many mistakes. May God bless us forever. Amin. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, I extend my gratitude for the opportunities to address you today. My name is Ratna Indrawasi, and I am accompanied by my colleague Vidya Savitri. Our presentation will focus on the maritime culture of the coastal communities of South Sulawesi, especially emphasizing on the local knowledge and wisdom associated with industry shape making. As an introduction, as we know, Indonesia territorial waters encompass 6.22 million square kilometers, constituting approximately 70% of its total territory. Indonesia is knowledge as a maritime country, with 60% of this population residing in coastal region and 12,857 villages as of 2018. This has given rise to diverse maritime culture extending from Sabang to Merauke, shaped by interaction with the marine environment. The forebears of the Indonesian people were adept seafarers who traversed the Indian and Pacific Ocean, fostering the evolution of a distinctive maritime culture. According to Puncaroning Rat, culture encompasses a system of ideas, social structure, and material culture and comprising 7 elements, tools, and resources, livelihood and economics system, social structure, language, art, knowledge system, and religion or beliefs. In light of this maritime culture encompasses the ideas or knowledge, action, and tangible objects employed by coastal communities to manage marine resources for their sustenance, including shipbuilding activities and encompassing ship types and forms, shipbuilding methodologies, religious beliefs, rituals, and myths, as well as social organization. The coastal community of Buntobari District, Bulukumba Regency, South Sulawesi, with its maritime culture, possesses local wisdom and expertise not only to navigation but also in the art of shipbuilding, especially the pinisi boat. The tradition of crafting pinisi ship has indulged for an extensive period, with knowledge being transmitted across generations. Many people study about pinisi. For example, Ramadhani 2019 delves into the symbols and meanings of the pinisi ship's home, while Madani 20 and 2021 underscores the significance and cultural values embedded in traditional boat-making activities. And Rahmi et al. 2024 examine the evolution of initial ship design, form, and meaning. This study aims to scrutinize the indigenous knowledge and wisdom involved in crafting pinisi ship, delineate the production process, and ascertain any alteration that have transpired. Should changes have taken place, the study will analyze the mechanism and influences behind such change. And the research conducted using a qualitative approach, data collection through in-depth interview and observation, as well as literature review. But ship building, the pinisi ship, a traditional vessel originating from Sulawesi, is constructed using planks fastened to the main boom at the keel's bottom. This vessel has undergone continuous development since inception in the early 20th century, involving from its original use in trade voyages of agriculture products in glad spice between islands to its later role as a transportation service. In 1972, the pinisi ship transitioned to using engine while retaining its sails. Renowned for its robustness and long-distance travel capabilities, the pinisi boat is distinguished by intricate carvings on its stern, showcasing the artistry and craftsmanship of traditional carpenters. Notably, the pinisi shipbuilders of Ara village in Punto Bahari district are led to believe that their destiny lies in boat construction rather than ownership. They hold the conviction that ship ownership invites inevitable disasters, such as sinking at sea in the encountering storm. Consequently, the shipbuilders of Ara village abstain from sealing. Conversely, the inhabitants of Ira village excel in sailing the pinisi boat crafted by the Ara people and fitting sails to the pinisi. The dynamic underscores the local expertise of the Buntu Bahari people in pinisi ship construction, sail making, sailing, and navigation, all of which are deeply influenced by natural elements and indigenous wisdom. About shipbuilding mechanism and its dynamics. Research findings have revealed that the preservation of traditional knowledge and expertise in pinisi shipbuilding resides predominantly within the domain of pinisi shipbuilders, particularly Pandit Talopi or Punggawa. Notwithstanding, it is apparent that a response to societal dynamics and technological advancements, the procedure involved in pinisi ship construction have undergone modification encompassing in the preparatory construction and launching stage. And next, I invite Ms. Vidya to continue.
And thank
Please.
you very much,
Vidya.
thank you very much, Buratna, for this opportunity. I will continue the presentation. So, for the preparation stage, the initial phase of shipbuilding entails the acquisition of wood from the forest. Historically, the Bontotero forest in Bulukumba, South Sulawesi, was renowned for providing BT wood, prized for its watertight and termite-resistant properties. However, scarcity of BT timber has precipitated a transition to the utilization of ironwood, necessitating modifications to the traditional wood procurement process. This shift involves the active participation of ship buyers, diminishing the role of Panritalopi or Punggawa, and amplifying the responsibilities of timber entrepreneurs and government stakeholders in wood procurement. The shipbuilding stage in Banting, the shipbuilding process in Banting itself involves several crucial roles. The Panritalopi, responsible for unholding traditions with technical and magical expertise as well. The Pangkala, or the chief craftsman, overseeing the technical aspects, and the Sawi, handyman, assisting the construction. The intricate process spans a minimum of 3 to 4 months and may extend based on the size of the ship. Integral to this process are traditional techniques and ceremonies, such as Anantara, which are pivotal in seeking good fortune and in ensuring safety during the construction itself. Specifically, the Anantara ceremony significantly to convergence of the ship's keel, symbolize the union of the fathers and mothers, marking the inception of a ship fetus that will evolve into a ship baby. However, the ceremony has seen reduced practice, particularly in the construction of ship commissioned by foreign clients seeking modern construction methods, where the keel wood does not necessitate resections and reconnection, aim at fortifying the ship's structures. On this ship size, it encompasses various stages, including the installations of the hull, keel, walls, frames, deck, masts, and sails, along with the fitting of the engine and rudder. The next stage is a ship launching. The ship launching process typically occurs on Friday, preceded by a berzanji ceremony the night before. This ceremony entails the recitation of prayers, the rejection of negative influences, or they call it bala, and a limited kenduri, seeking blessing for a safe and smooth voyage. An integral component of the rituals is the Amosi ceremony. Amosi is the creation of a navel symbolizing the birth of a baby ship, signifying its readiness for launch, followed by the provision of sustenance to the referred individuals. On Friday morning, as the water recedes, the ship is launched into the sea, culminating in a communal meal attended by the local community at the launch site. Traditional rituals maintain their significance in both shipbuilding and ship launching, although the preference of the buyer or ship order may influence their adherence. For the conclusion, the original Pinisi ship, historically utilized by the Bugis Makassarnas for inter-island trade, has undergone a transformation from a versatile vessel to a favored choice for tourism. This evolution necessitated adjustment in design, materials, and construction process, consequently leading to a decline in the practice of traditional ceremonies associated with its construction. This change have given rise to concern regarding the preservation of local knowledge within the community and the cultural significance attached to the traditions of Pinisi shipbuilding. While efforts have been made to document this practice, there is an urgent need to impart this knowledge to the younger generation to safeguard this maritime cultural heritage. Proposed strategies to address this include integrating the local knowledge of Pinisi ship construction into the curriculum of vocational schools and incorporating it as a local content subject in general schools. Thank you very much. That's all from us. Good day, everyone.
Hello everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Vera Barawah Barit. I am a junior researcher at Research Center Polo, Institute of Social Sciences and Humanities, National Research and Innovation Agency. Okay, I would like to present my article or my presentation under the title The Privilege of Spice Needs in the Outermost Islands, a case study in Ayo Islands and District Ayo. I would like to show you the short video before I present my presentation. It is about our field research, also our findings during our trip in the eight outermost island.
Tujuan dari ekspedisi Nusa Manggala adalah kita ingin mengungkapkan daerah-daerah perbatasan. Ekspedisi ini mengeksplorasi kawasan pulau terluar yang ada di sekitar Papua. Mengingat pulau-pulau ini memiliki kondisi lingkungan yang masih terjaga dengan kekayaan biodiversity yang masih luar biasa. Mengelola terumbu karang itu tidak hanya cukup karangnya sendiri, ada ekosistem mangrove, ada ekosistem mamut, dan biota-biota yang ada di dalam laut. Masih banyak hal yang kita ungkap, yang mendorong kita. Tapi negara menurut saya
Yeah, depends on the previous short video. I will show to you the map. This our location about the district Ayo and Ayo Islands. It is border area and then remote area. If we see about this one, the Ayo Island located at the West Papua. It is about 50 kilometers north of the Kabare. And then district Ayo is the far smaller and truly remote because it is approximately 70 kilometers north of Ayo. So for the next, why spice is special in the outermost island? I think there are four reasons. Because of the first, the availability is very limited. We know that when we find these findings and when we did this research, we just have only very basic commodities are available in this location. If you want to buy some like spices or clothes or other, we have to go to the mainland. Yeah, because this is very limited, and then so the spices is very special. For the second, it is not primary need for the society because of the scarcity cooking spices, and people are using only dominated by chilies, soy sauce and sauce, even though availability of the shallots and garlic is very limited also. So for the third reason, because of spending more money to consume it, yeah, it is very expensive because of the distance between this location and mainland is quite far. Maybe if we want to take some accommodation or transportation from the Ayo to the mainland, like Sorong or West Papua, it takes more than 1 day. So and then need the money for reaching about the mainland. So the last reason is about the lack of knowledge, the society, the lack of knowledge about the importance of the spice. They just think that education and health more important than just the foods or meal or snacks. So yeah, can we find the spice in this location? Actually, yes, we can find, but it is very rarely. Also, when in the West Papua, we find items or items for the nutmegs. There are two kinds. For the first is ordinary nutmeg, the left one. So the fak nutmeg, the right one. We can find them because the nearby the spices and then this nutmeg, it is located at the Waisai, Raja Ampat, also the Fak district. So if we want to buy this one, just go to the mainland to get the special spices. So actually, the society find the spices and use these spices because of some celebration or maybe party, because of we did this research at the end of the year, and it is about the Christmas party and New Year party. The community and our society, of course, and always celebrate Christmas and New Year around 1 to 2 weeks, and there are quite long quite long time for the celebration Christmas and New Year. When they celebrate about this party, they always provide variant of meals, beverages, and spices. And spices is the special ingredient for the sun menu. So it is a great ceremony and celebration and very joyful even for them. So we can conclude that the spices in this location, it is very special, very, very special in this location. Maybe until here, my presentation, hopefully this is make some benefit for you all. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much for all presenters. We have seen the presentation. I'm very glad, with this seminar, it's open our new perspective, and also we got new information from the researchers. It's a good hard work. Well done. Okay, now we are in Q&A session. And I would like to open an opportunity for everyone. If you have question, please, you can do it by writing down, or you can also ask it directly. Yes. Anyone? While waiting for the questions, let me be the first who give question. I would like to ask. I would like to ask the panel 3. Panel 3 is Mr. Abel Josaphat and Joshua Saul. Are you here in this forum? Mr. Abel Josaphat and Joshua Saul, are you in this forum? Okay. Could you respond, sir? Or if you are not ready, I will give another question to another researcher. Okay, before giving my question, let us hear from Miss Lilis Lian, please. Miss Lilis.
Ya, thank you moderator. Saya bahasa Indonesia saja ya. Dan ya, terima kasih kepada semua presenter. Saya pikir ini banyak sekali paper-paper yang sangat baik, ditulis dengan sangat baik dan memiliki banyak potensial gitu. Karena kami di komite panitia pelaksananya, kita kan memang ada rencana untuk membuat buku ya dari paper-paper yang ada ini, kita akan seleksi gitu. Nah, beberapa sudah sangat bagus, punya potensial. Saya lihat tadi ya yang tentang pirates di Pulau Galang misalnya, Fatma Rangkap, kemudian potensi jalur rempah baru di Jepara misalnya, kemudian dan ada beberapa yang lain juga yang menurut saya sangat memiliki isu yang menarik yang bisa dikembangkan lebih lanjut. Saya lihat mungkin untuk semua ya, ada beberapa mungkin yang tidak memiliki keterkaitan langsung dengan isu spice route. Sebetulnya itu bisa nanti ya mungkin dalam paper lengkap bisa dibantu dengan memberikan penjelasan tentang apakah ada di dalam studi yang dilakukan itu atau penelitian yang dilakukan keterkaitan atau encounter ya, pertemuan antara dua budaya di dalam jalur-jalur rempah maupun komoditas-komoditas jalur rempah yang dibahas oleh para peneliti atau yang ditulis oleh para presenter gitu. Misalnya tadi yang tentang komodo ya, saya pikir itu menarik, tapi itu sangat sangat kekinian dan kita belum melihat keterkaitannya dengan spice route-nya gitu. Dia hanya bercerita tentang lokal di Pulau Komodo. Sebetulnya ada potensi yang menarik ketika dia bicara misalnya soal descendant dari Bugis ya. Bagaimana orang-orang keturunan Bugis yang berada di Pulau Komodo itu kemudian berkontribusi kepada penghidupan maritim orang-orang di Pulau Komodo. Mungkin itu yang bisa diperkuat gitu di dalam papernya. Kemudian tadi juga saya mungkin ada, kalau yang lain itu ya, itu yang pertama untuk semua saya pikir. Kemudian yang kedua saya sangat tertarik dengan yang pirates di Pulau Galang. Mungkin pertanyaan saya adalah apakah penulis ya ini Mas Abang Hotma Rangkap ya kayak namanya ya, saya lupa mencatat tadi. Apakah akan dikembangkan kembali riset tentang Pulau Galang ini, karena ini akan sangat menarik ya, terutama untuk melihat sebetulnya mungkin perlu melihat archive atau arsip-arsip baik yang ada di Indonesia atau mungkin jika punya akses ke arsip di Leiden misalnya di Belanda itu akan bagus juga. Si pirates atau si bajak laut yang di Pulau Galang di tahun 1800-an itu dia menyasar atau mentarget produk atau komoditas-komoditas apa gitu ya. Atau memang dia mentarget semua kapal perdagangan yang lewat di selat Singapura ya, untuk kemudian dibajak dan sebagainya. Kemudian mungkin cerita-cerita, kita dari kemarin bicara soal cerita-cerita orang-orang lokal, orang-orang yang termarginalisasi dan orang-orang yang tereksploitasi. Nah, mungkin catatan-catatan tentang bajak laut di Indonesia itu lebih banyak cerita-cerita dari administratur Belanda ya, dari pejabat-pejabat atau pegawai-pegawai pemerintahan Belanda ya. Bagaimana pemerintahan Belanda ini juga memiliki perspektif tentang bajak laut di Pulau Galang tahun 1800-an itu, dan tentunya akan sangat bagus sekali kalau misalnya ada perbandingan stories ya, cerita-cerita yang berkembang secara lokal misalnya tentang bajak laut yang ada di Pulau Galang. Baik masa lalu ya, tahun 1800-an maupun yang beredar sekarang ini. Itu aja mungkin. Terima kasih Mas Mufti Ali.
Ya, terima kasih Ibu Mbak Lilis. Baiklah, apakah Mas Hotma Rangkut ya, Mas Hotma Rangkut ada di sini? Boleh ditanggapi Mas. Tadi pertanyaan dari Ibu Lilis, kalau saya ulang, apakah Anda akan melakukan further research atau apakah akan lebih lanjut mengenai penelitian bajak laut ini? Ada Mas Hotma Rangkut di sini? Silakan. Oke, sepertinya tidak ada ya, Mas Fernando. Ya, baiklah. Sambil menunggu pertanyaan atau kita lihat dulu di sini. Ya, oke ya, boleh menulis di pesan di kotak pesan. Oke, saya ingin bertanya kepada Mas Najiful ya, kebetulan Mas Najiful ada nih saya lihat. Waduh, ini suara saya nggak terlalu jelas ya. Bagaimana kalau gini? Apakah lebih jelas?
Iya, sudah.
Oke, Mas Najiful. Ini Mas, saya apakah oke bahasa Indonesia atau kita pakai bahasa Inggris?
Monggo bisa bahasa Indonesia.
Oke.
Inggris, oke, silakan.
Oke, ya. Campur-campur is oke ya. What you prefer, you can use English or Indonesia, it's okay. Ya.
Ya.
Oke.
Bahasa Indonesia nggak apa-apa.
Ya. Oke, Mas di sini. What is the absence for challenge? Could you elaborate more? Mas kan udah mention ya bahwa ada beberapa tantangan di dalam mengembangkan, di dalam mendigitalisasi dan memfinance ya blue economic growth. Nah, jadi coba saya minta Mas coba elaborasi lebih tentang apa sih yang belum ada atau apa sih kelemahannya. Boleh disebutkan Mas atau dijelaskan? Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih atas kesempatannya. Ini suara saya juga bisa terdengar dengan baik ya? Ya, oke, good ya. Oke, Ibu dan Bapak mungkin terkait dengan riset yang kami kukuhkan sebelumnya itu terkait dengan digitalisasi dan financing terhadap Blue Inclusive Growth ya. Jadi kami menghitung, kami menyampaikan dulu mengadres bagaimana sih Blue Inclusive Growth itu sebetulnya di measure. Jadi measurement-nya kita menggunakan apa namanya? Menggunakan analisis efisiensi yang kita address dari aspek ekonomi biru dan juga aspek lingkungan, gitu ya. Itu yang paling penting sebetulnya. Nah, kami coba hubungkan outcome yang kita sebut tadi itu, inclusive blue growth atau pertumbuhan inklusif biru tadi dari masing-masing kabupaten kota di seluruh Indonesia, itu dengan aspek digitalisasi yang dalam hal ini ada 4 indikator tadi saya sebutkan, bahwasanya ada indikator misalnya seperti apa itu ini saya agak lupa yang kalau nggak baca. Jadi the electrification ratio, jadi rasio elektrifikasi, terus kemudian the ratio of the individual internet user, ini rasio penetrasi penggunaan internet individu, terus kemudian juga penggunaan telepon seluler ya di Indonesia dan fasilitas internet lainnya. Nah, kami sebetulnya juga melakukan pendefinisian misalnya di daerah pesisir yang dalam hal ini adalah yang mengadres langsung Blue Inclusive Growth dan juga daerah-daerah yang bersinggungan langsung dengan sungai. Jadi sebetulnya measurement-nya sudah khusus ya kan ke daerah itu untuk digitalisasi ya. Jadi aspek digitalisasi Bapak Ibu ini bukan yang digitalisasi secara agregat, but sometimes ini kita menghitungnya adalah very specified. Jadi benar-benar yang memang bersinggungan dengan kelautan, ya kan, termasuk juga bersinggungan dengan perairan. Ya, itu mungkin ada di table definition yang kita sampaikan di situ. Nah, kemudian kita measure ternyata dampaknya itu justru negatif, gitu kan. Artinya ini bisa kita address lagi dengan quadratic function. Jadi nanti kita harus melakukan address, siapa tahu dampak negatif ini ternyata bisa berbalik arah nanti ke depan. Kita kan belum tahu ya, apakah dampak ke depan itu akan positif atau seperti apa, tapi nyatanya saat ini yang masih ada di dalam hasil penelitian kita adalah negatif signifikan. Ini menandakan bahwa memang ada disparitas antara antara tingkat penetrasi digital di daerah pesisir atau daerah yang berhimpitan dengan laut ya, dan atau mungkin berhimpitan dengan sungai, atau masyarakat yang memang menggunakan perairan sebagai mata pencaharian ya, itu dengan daerah-daerah yang memang konsentrasinya di sektor perdagangan atau mungkin di sektor-sektor lain. Nah, ini menjadi salah satu imbal balik bagi pemerintah atau mungkin siapapun yang mungkin ada di sana, misalnya sektor swasta, ya kan, perlu kita kolaborasikan kedua belah pihak untuk bisa menyediakan paling tidak aliran listriknya dulu kan masuk ke daerah sehingga digitalisasi mungkin bisa teraddress dengan baik. Tapi semestinya disparitas itu bisa ditolong oleh generasi mungkin the next generation, misalnya kan bisa aja nanti shifting pekerjaan itu akan terjadi ya di sektor ini, tapi tidak menutup kemungkinan bahwa generasi-generasi penerusnya juga akan meneruskan pekerjaan yang sama, sehingga di sektor itu diharapkan kita bisa punya kemampuan digitalisasi yang baik, khususnya di generasi milenial dan untuk generasi Z. Itu yang dari sisi digitalisasi. Kemudian from the financial aspect ya, kalau misalnya Ibu dan Bapak lihat di hasil estimation result baik spasial maupun temporal dari dynamic panelnya, itu justru tidak berpengaruh signifikan, tetapi yang berpengaruh signifikan malah justru di sini adalah fiskal desentralisasi yang malah berpengaruhnya negatif. Ini menunjukkan bahwa memang kepentingan pemerintah terhadap sektor sektor biru itu mungkin masih minim, ya kan? Artinya apa? Belanja modal mungkin masih fokus kepada sektor-sektor yang leading sektor, misalnya seperti mining atau mungkin manufacturers atau mungkin sektor-sektor yang mungkin ya unggul di daerah itu, sehingga terhadap lingkungan itu justru apa? Padahal Blue Inclusive Growth itu adalah menghitung bagaimana tingkat pertumbuhan inklusif itu diadres juga dari sisi dari sisi lingkungan. Pun demikian dengan yang lain Ibu dan Bapak, financing mungkin itu financing memang tidak berpengaruh positif ya dari sisi spasial maupun dari sisi temporal. Nah, yang perlu diadres lagi di sini Pak, jadi bahwa pentingnya kolaborasi tadi ya antara financing sector, dalam hal ini mungkin pemerintah sebagai government spending dan atau mungkin di bank ya, di dua sisi, misalnya di small and medium enterprise itu agregator sector atau mungkin di sektor commercial loan. Kira-kira itu mungkin yang bisa saya apresiasi.
Baik, Mas Najiko, thank you. Okay, now Mas Hotmaranto is here. Let's hear the previous question. Mas Hotmaranto bisa Mas Hotmaranto say that he cannot unmute the yes, okay.
Yes.
I will, yes. Kita baca pertanyaan ya, Mas, saya bacakan ya. Ibu Lilis, apakah memiliki rencana melakukan riset lanjutan? Silahkan, Mas.
Ya, first of all, saya minta maaf karena tadi sepertinya ada sedikit kendala yang sekarang baru bisa di-mute. Jadi untuk pertanyaan dari Ibu Lilis, apakah ada rencana untuk melakukan riset lanjutan? Saya kira ya ada Bu, ada rencana melakukan hal tersebut, karena memang setelah melakukan penelitian ini saya sadari saya masih memiliki banyak hal-hal yang perlu di-upgrade untuk kedepannya, seperti misalnya saja saran dari yang Ibu sebutkan tadi terkait tambahan-tambahan dari cerita-cerita masyarakat lokal tentang banyak lagi Pulau Galang, karena memang keadaannya saat ini saya cukup sulit mendapatkan archive atau arsip-arsip lokal tentang bajak laut dari masyarakat lokal, sehingga di penelitian ini saya lebih banyak menggunakan arsip-arsip yang tersedia yang bisa saya akses. Memang kedepannya apabila saya akan melanjutkan riset lanjutan, saya akan coba untuk melakukan kolaborasi dengan pihak-pihak lain supaya mendapat tambahan pengetahuan yang lebih banyak itu. Kira-kira seperti itu.
Ya, baik, Mas Hotmaranto, thank you very much. So for all colleagues that can collaborate with Mas Hotmaranto, please, you can contact Mr. Hotmaranto, and for the further cooperation, yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now we have here Ibu Ratna. Actually, Ibu Ratna is raising hand, but there's also question for Bu Ratna. Yeah. So firstly, we hear what Bu Ratna said. Please, Bu Ratna, silakan. Boleh dibantu host? Mungkin Ibu Ratna mengalami kesulitan dalam.
Oke, terima kasih Mas Mukti. Saya dalam bahasa Indonesia ya. Saya ingin bertanya ke Mas Niko ya tadi, kalau nggak salah yang tentang nelayan di tanah batu di Natuna. Itu benar nggak ya? Saya maaf, saya tadi agak terlambat untuk mengikuti presentasi, tetapi saya baca ada terkait dengan ada dampak climate change ya, perubahan iklim. Pertanyaan saya adalah apa yang dihadapi jadi dampak climate change terhadap nelayan di pulau tersebut di tanah batu ya di Natuna, dan kemudian bagaimana adaptasi dari nelayan untuk menghadapi perubahan iklim tersebut. Mungkin sementara itu saja. Terima kasih.
Ya, terima kasih Bu Ratna. Kami persilakan, Mas Nikodemus, apakah ada di forum ini? Silakan. Mas Nikodemus ada? Oke. Sepertinya Mas Nikodemus sedang tidak ada ya, Ibu Ratna, atau putus jaringan. Kita tunggu ya, Ibu, ya, sebentar ya.
Terima kasih. Ya,
Okay.
baik.
Yeah. Now, actually, there is a question for Ibu Ratna. Akan saya bacakan. Ibu, tadi pertanyaan itu dari Pak Suroyo. My question for Ibu Ratna and Ibu Widya, I wonder that the paper is about the Pinisi ship, which was the transportation in the South Sulawesi. What made the Pinisi ship special for local people there? What is the actual function and contribution Pinisi with the goods in the Central and East Indonesia, while Molucas spice routes had line to the west crossing South Sulawesi? I'm pretty curious that what made the Pinisi special to other ship in the function of the ship for transportation of spices and goods. Silahkan, Ibu Ratna dan Ibu Widya.
Ya, terima kasih. Saya jawab dalam Indonesia juga.
Ya,
Terima kasih pertanyaannya kepada maaf, Mas Pak Suroyo ya. Ya, nah saya kira itu Pinisi itu memang dibuat untuk pengangkutan ini ya, barang-barang tuh termasuk rempah-rempah, karena pada waktu dulu kan itu untuk perdagangan antar pulau, dan saya kira bahwa itu yang kami dapati bahwa dulu antar pulau itu dimaksudnya bukan berarti hanya di dalam Maluku saja, tetapi bagaimana kita ketahui kalau ke laut dari Makassar itu kan ini perlayarannya kan sampai jauh ya, sampai ke pulau-pulau lain, mungkin ke Maluku, termasuk Maluku, Papua, bahkan berlayar sampai ke seberang ke Australia. Nah, ini tetapi belakangan bahwa Pinisi sekarang sudah ada perkembangannya, sudah tidak hanya untuk pengangkutan perdagangan pulau saja, juga untuk transportasi, untuk pengangkutan penumpang. Nah, termasuk pada belakangan ini, akhir ini dari penelitian yang kami temui, Pinisi dibuat untuk kapal wisata. Meskipun itu ada perubahan-perubahan ininya ya, perubahan. Jadi dinamikanya itu dari awalnya mungkin bentuk Pinisi yang hanya kecil, perahu layar yang dengan hanya 30 JT yang hanya untuk pelayaran pengangkutan barang termasuk rempah, itu barang itu masuk rempah. Tadi ada pertanyaan terakhir kayaknya itu apakah untuk angkut rempah dan barang-barang, iya betul termasuk untuk rempah. Itu hanya 30 JT, tapi kemudian pada tahun 50-an itu udah berubah menjadi udah lebih meningkat lagi ininya, bobotnya dan besarnya. Kemudian belakangan sudah ketika sudah menjadi transportasi angkutan barang sudah lebih besar lagi bobotnya. Jadi kalau pada tahun 1930 itu hanya sekitar 30 ton, kemudian pada tahun 50-an itu udah menjadi 100 sampai 200 ton, kemudian tahun 72 itu ya itu sudah menjadi ini, dan tahun 72 itu sudah mulai dengan ini penggeraknya tidak hanya layar tetapi juga menggunakan mesin, walaupun masih dipasang layar juga sebagai cadangan kalau misalnya mesin mati dan sebagainya. Tetapi pada mulai tahun 80 itu sudah mesin, apalagi sekarang sudah Pinisi sudah dibuat untuk maaf tadi saya belum nyalakan. Pinisi sudah dibuat untuk kapal pesiar, termasuk perubahan bentuknya juga sudah tidak lagi perahu layar yang seperti sederhana seperti dulu, tapi sudah ada ruang-ruang kamar gitu, karena untuk kapal wisata dan dipakai kebanyakan untuk di wisata di Bali, di Raja Ampat, di Pulau Komodo, itu yang ini digunakan. Jadi itu tadi mungkin sudah terjawab ya, ada ininya dinamikanya. Dan untuk pengangkutan rempah memang iya betul, awalnya dulu untuk pengangkutan rempah dulu dan hasil bumi yang lain gitu. Terima kasih, mungkin itu kalau kurang bisa
Yeah.
lagi.
Thank you, Ibu Ratna. Thank you for the answer. Now we go back to the previous question. I give question to Mr. Abel Josaphat and Mr. Yosua Sau. Are you here?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I have question. In your presentation, you mentioned that the community is involved in for surveillance, yeah. And then my question is, what about the equipments? As we know, surveillance is not an easy task. So, how far like Bakamla or what stakeholders give their support the equipments to do this surveillance activity? That's my question.
Can I answer it in Indonesian or English?
Well, whatever, sir. It's okay. Indonesian or English is okay. Please.
Jawab dalam bahasa Indonesia saja.
Ya, silakan Pak.
Untuk sinyalku lagi kurang baik, jadi nggak bisa tadi juga. Untuk bantuan secara langsung dari Bakamla, mungkin kita belum lihat itu lebih dalam ya. Dalam artian karena keterbatasan metodologis juga, kami nggak bisa melakukan wawancara ke masyarakat pesisir. Tapi mungkin Bakamla maupun dari Kementerian KKP itu memiliki program-program penguatan ke masyarakat pesisir. Dan dalam program penguatan itu, sejauh yang kami baca memang masih bersifat kayak pengayaan terhadap masyarakat dan belum menyentuh ke pemberian bantuan fisiknya gitu. Jadi masih kayak pelatihan-pelatihan dan mungkin akan ada interkoneksi perlengkapan, tapi mungkin belum bantuan barangnya secara langsung. Dan mungkin ini memang menarik untuk dilihat lebih lanjut jika memiliki kesempatan. Terima kasih.
Ya. Oke, terima kasih. Saya persilahkan, apakah ada pertanyaan dari semua partisipan dalam forum ini? Oke, sambil menunggu, saya punya pertanyaan lagi ya. Sekarang, saya apakah teman-teman dari panel 5 ada di ruangan? Ibu Laras Aridini, are you here? Miss Laras Aridini, are you in this forum?
Iya Pak, hadir Pak.
Oke. Ya, saya punya pertanyaan ya Bu. Saya tertarik dengan presentasi tadi di Komodo Island ya. Nah, pertanyaan saya, dengan semua fenomena yang terjadi di sana, bagaimana pertumbuhan populasi dari tahun ke tahun? Dari sebelum, terus ketika mulai berkembang pariwisata, dan sekarang pada akhirnya masyarakat memiliki banyak kesempatan untuk hidup ya, banyak bisa berusaha lebih. Itu pertumbuhan ada berpengaruh nggak ke pertumbuhan populasi di sini? Silakan.
Oh ya Pak, terima kasih pertanyaannya. Sangat berpengaruh ya. Jadi sebelumnya Pak, saya mendapat cerita dari Polhut yang senior, tapi sekarang beliau sudah pensiun. Beliau itu bercerita kalau saat beliau itu pertama tugas di Desa Komodo, itu penduduk masih sekitar 200 orang. Itu beliau tahun
1973. Nah, kemudian rumah-rumah disamakan, maksudnya rumah panggung gitu ya. Karena sebagian penduduk di situ adalah kalau tidak Bugis ya Bima. Nah, setelah rumah bentuknya diseragamkan, memang beliau ini kan Pak Luhut ini memang misi awal konservasi ya, namanya PPA, pengawetan dan pelindungan alam. Itu berproses dari tahun 73 hingga akhirnya menjadi Taman Nasional Komodo kan baru diresmikan 88. Nah, pertumbuhan populasi ini ada kaitannya dengan pariwisata dan penghidupan. Jadi ketika generasi yang sudah sepuh-sepuh, mereka itu bilang begini, yang sudah tua ini begini, saya beruntung sekali hidup di sini karena kami bisa mencari ikan sepuasnya di dalam zona pelagis dan di zona pemanfaatan bahari. Kalau orang luar pulau mau mencari ikan di sini harus izin. Nah, bedanya di situ. Ternyata mereka punya privilege untuk mencari ikan, mencari asam Jawa kan memang di zona inti ya. Jadi kalau mau panen asam, orang-orang lokal ini sudah mendapatkan surat izin petik asam dari Polhut karena terkait dengan keselamatan. Memang di sana banyak komodonya, di dalam zona rimba, zona inti itu banyak komodo. Nah, pas saya datang 2013, penduduknya sekitar 1.500 dan kemarin 2022 menjadi 1.800-an ya. Itu berarti ada perkembangan banyak dalam kantong enclave karena itu perbandingan rasio zonasi untuk enclave di Pulau Komodo itu memang kecil, Pak, dibandingkan zona yang lain. Seperti itu, Pak. Jadi sangat terkait karena pada akhirnya mereka yang dari luar pulau menikah dengan orang asli Komodo, tinggalnya kemudian jadi di Komodo. Nah, sementara yang penduduk asli Komodo dari generasi yang punya generasi keempat atau ketiga, mereka merantau hanya untuk belajar. Setelah selesai belajar, kembali di situ akhirnya menjadi tenaga kesehatan, jadi guru, sehingga kesehatan di situ sekarang lebih baik daripada tahun 2013, yang mana sama sekali tidak ada tenaga kesehatan. Jadi pakainya dukun di situ. Terima kasih, Pak.
Terima kasih Ibu Laras. Sangat menarik ya. Bahkan saya sendiri belum sempat gitu berkunjung ke Pulau Komodo ya. Terima kasih. Okay, now I still give a chance for everyone to have questions. Silahkan, saya beri kesempatan untuk teman-teman, kolega, bagi yang ingin bertanya. Ada yang ingin bertanya? Oke. Ya, sambil menunggu, saya masih punya pertanyaan ya di catatan saya ya. Di sini panel 1, are you here? Mr. Faiz Rahmatullah.
Ya, halo.
Ya, oke, ya. Mas Faiz ya. Mas Faiz, I have question. It's a simple question. Are there any policy, I mean from the local government or provincial government, to protect or to guarantee the sustainability of the fishing activity? Please. Apakah
Okay,
ada?
thanks for the question. I think I didn't see any special policies from the local government, especially from the Pemda, but I think the protection for border island is already a state in the national policies, but in terms of the protection of marine resource, there aren't policies in the local government, but the local leaders, the adat policies, has its own law on customary laws to protect the fishing activities. So they basically have a policy called Manami. So there is a certain beach that couldn't be used to fishing activities. So yeah, it is only
preserved in their local laws.
Okay. So the policies are from the national level, yeah? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any question? Ya. Maaf Pak, saya tidak bisa dengar suaranya.
Halo, selamat siang moderator. Halo, selamat siang.
Maaf Pak, saya tidak bisa dengar. Apakah teman-teman yang lain bisa?
Yang mana?
Udah boleh.
Ini pertanyaannya tidak langsung kalau saya kawasan Acara atau jadi suatu identik dengan daerah seluruh dan maka
Enggak janji tuh.
ke India dan mereka mempromosikan seluruh Suprama kalau kita mereka kekayaan lingkungan itu apakah itu juga akan justru jadi itu program kita ini mempromosikan seluruh kepada dunia, tapi di sisi lain ada jalur sutra maritim yang disampaikan oleh Tiongkok itu. Nah, kalau kita mengangkat tema-tema jalur rempah yang ada di Natuna, apakah itu malah mendukung dari promosi dari Tiongkok untuk memproklamirkan jalur sutra maritim gitu. Itu saya masih kurang dengar ya.
Iya, seperti ada kendala teknis ya Pak ya. Saya dengar pertanyaan terakhirnya, apakah kalau jalur itu terjadi, itu apakah akan malah mendukung jalur sutra Tiongkok seperti itu ya? Maaf Pak, itu ditujukan ke siapa pertanyaannya? Ke Pak Andal?
Center yang menjelaskan tentang Pulau 3 tadi dengan saya lupa
Maaf panitia, saya nggak bisa dengar dengan jelas. Tolong dibantu. Kecil sekali, kecil sekali. Atau mungkin sambil menunggu, boleh ada yang bantu menuliskan pertanyaannya mungkin, tolong, maksudnya biar efektif.
Saya dibantu oleh panitia untuk menyampaikan lewat Zoom. Terima kasih. Pertanyaan saya ditujukan kepada presenter yang menyampaikan tentang Pulau 3 tadi, Pulau 3 di Natuna. Jadi kalau kita menyampaikan tentang jalur rempah yang di daerah kawasan Natuna Utara termasuk Kabupaten Natuna, apakah itu juga kontraproduktif justru mendukung dari promosi jalur sutra yang disahkan oleh Tiongkok itu? Sudah jelas suara.
Sudah jelas Pak, sudah jelas. Terima kasih. Ya, silahkan. Ya, terima kasih Pak. Silahkan ditanggapin. Ini presentasi dari this is the presentation from Mas Nicodemus Niko ya, tanah yang terberkati. Close in the contemporary fisherman experience in Pulau Tiga, Natuna. Please, Mas Niko. Mas Niko ada di sini. Mas Niko, are you here? Mas Niko? Mas Niko ada di sini? Oke, kita simpan sebentar pertanyaannya sambil menunggu Mas Niko. Kalau ada teman-teman yang lain yang ingin menyampaikan pertanyaan, kami persilakan. Oke. Oke. Karena Mas Niko tidak ada dan juga tidak ada teman-teman lain yang bertanya, maka kita cukupkan sampai di sini sesi panel 4 pada hari ini. Saya mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua teman-teman atas partisipasi dan kerja kerasnya sehingga forum ini bisa terjadi dan atas sharing dari kerja keras bersama yang menambah pengetahuan kita. Semoga Indonesia semakin jaya, dan kalau ada yang salah dan kekurangan dari saya mohon maaf. Dan pesan dari panitia diminta untuk bergabung kembali di sini pada pukul 1 waktu Indonesia Barat. Thank you very much for your kind attention and have a good day. I return to the host. Thank you. Selamat siang. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mas Mufti, for guiding the panel discussion. Now we have reached the end of our panel session. It's time to recharge, so we'll take a longer break. Please don't forget to return by 1 p.m. for the next keynote speaker and our 5th panel discussion. So stay tuned.
Thank you, Mbak Fira, for the meeting. And this is a lunch break, and for the lunch is available in front of this venue. And thank you. Tes 1, 2, 3.
Tes 1, 2, 3. Tes. Tes 1, 2, 3. Tes 1, 2, 3. You hear my voice okay? 1, 2, 3. Okay, sounds good. Welcome to the International Forum of IFSR 2024.
Tes, tes. Tes.
1, 2, 3.
Halo? Halo? Tes. Tes.
1, 2, 3. Can you hear my voice okay? It's okay, it's good. Welcome to the International Forum of IFSR 2024, and we're currently on a lunch break. So hopefully
Okay.
you guys have a snack or some food with you so you can restore your energy for the next session of presenters.
to the International Forum on Spice Route 2024. After we have a break for a moment, now we are going to move to the next session. And I would like to inform you that there is some technical issues on Professor Chiang's presentation. So we decided to postpone until tomorrow's session. And I would like to remind all presenters to stand by because after our keynote speaker's presentation, we'll have a next panel session on the geopolitical implication of cultural heritage management. All right, now our keynote speaker is Professor Wawan Sujarwo, PhD, the chairman of the Indonesian Ethnobiological Society, or PMAI. Hello, Prof. Wawan.
Hello, good afternoon. Yeah. I'm
Hello,
asking,
Prof. Wawan.
yeah. Can you hear my voice?
Yeah, it's already clear. Okay, now the stage is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Asrila. I will operate directly slide presentation. Can you see my slide, Asrila?
Yes, it's already show up here.
All right. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Start from the end. Okay. All right. Okay, good. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon from Indonesia. And this is my third time being speaker in the Indonesian forum on Spice Road. And I wish that the audience are not getting bored. I'm already third times being speakers. So this is not my talk this afternoon is not for best research result. This is an idea. This is a concept that we want to bring this idea to anyone who would like to interested in this idea. And I wish that for anyone who watching on listening this my talk this afternoon, this is about the idea. Uh, I don't know if they are coming from the donor agency or philanthropy or I don't know because 2 weeks ago I talked to Mas Bram and Mbak Rate that we were thinking about the three concept idea and one of the idea that I would like to present this afternoon. I'm going to talk about the contribution of Indonesian spices on global economy because I changed a little bit the title and not global biodiversity but economy. Because I would like to start to let you know that the East Indie company that we call it VOC. Next slide. Okay, if this data is correct because that I just took this data from the online source and I wish that this is correct. Yeah. And as you can see on the slide, that the VOC, the Dutch East Indie, they had a market capital more than $7 trillion, right? This is much more than the current company that we know today, like Apple, Samsung, and even oil company like Standard Oil, Saudi Aramco, and others. And what I believe is one of the commodity that they traded 100 years ago was spice that they took from eastern part of Indonesia, especially in the Moluccas and the northern Moluccas. And even though that the history of spice is ancient and widespread across various civilization, there must be compelling and persuasive evidence to demonstrate that spice were not traded as commodity, but also serve as universal cultural value. This is the challenge because that we talk a lot about spice, because our ultimate goals is to propose this spice route to be UNESCO World Heritage. This is the dreams that we were thinking about many years ago. But I don't know the update until today because that there are some lack of problems that we know that this roots spice route needs to be studied not only from the social science but also from the hard science perspective. And the next slide, I will explain about the concept of ethnobotany, and because that is my field of study, and also phytogeography. And from the hard science perspective, it must also have a strong scientific foundation. And the biodiversity of spice reflect the interaction between human and their natural environment, highlighting their crucial role in ecology. And the problem today is from the archaeological perspective, some college they have a problem because that we lost physical evidence, like the harbors, like the traditional market sites. Because that if we trace the physical evidence at this moment, it could be very difficult. Because most of them gone. Probably one of the harbor that we can find probably in Aceh or in North Sumatra. And I don't know exactly the place, but not so many evidence especially physical evidence that we can bring to the UNESCO in our dossier document. And we propose this approach from the natural science, particularly from the discipline of ethnobotany and phytogeography. And we believe that the integration, the integration of the combination between the two fields of study can create a comprehensive approach, providing deep insight into the contribution of plants and cultural role of spice and local community. And the integration or the combination between the two fields of study can open a window to understanding of the relationship between human and nature, forming a solid foundation for preparing support for our dreams to propose the dossier to the UNESCO. Okay, I'm not going to detail about the the definition of ethnobotany and just a short explanation about this field of study, how people interact with the plants. And ethnobotany provides an understanding of the roles of spice in the daily life, traditional ceremony and traditional medicine. It create strong foundation for analyzing cultural influence, because if we are talking about food, it includes spice also. Right? And phytogeography is a branch of botany that deal with the spatial relationship of plants, both in the present and the past. And this is what we propose. For anyone watching my talk this afternoon or listening, if you are interested in this idea, we can collaborate, because that we were thinking about this idea to support the Indonesian government, that we would like to propose the Spice Road to be the World Heritage, UNESCO World Heritage. And the aims of our concept of idea is clear picture of vegetation, of course spice vegetation, and their distribution over the world. And also we should think about the center of origin. And the phytogeography of the phytogeography of Indonesian spice has important insight about how natural distribution and cultivation of spice have contributed, right? Because that I changed a little bit, contribute to from impact to contribute, not only to the environment but also global trading, cultural exchange, and civilization. And by analyzing the geographic and ecological distribution of spice plants, let's say clove and nutmeg, we try to trace their significant historical and contemporary influence, not only in Indonesia, but also in the world. And the combination of ethnobotany and phytogeography can create a comprehensive approach, providing deep insight to the distribution of plants and cultural role of spice and local community. And also, and I forgot that this slide I have presented earlier. Sorry, this is already copied in the next slide. Okay, I should jump to the next slide. Okay, we start with clove and nutmeg, yeah, and and the second slide that I present to you, I believe that the VOC they were very rich. How make them rich? This clove and nutmeg. And I think we can do a similar thing like the VOC did 100 years ago, because we have a lot of sources, plant sources. We have a lot, not only clove and nutmeg. But for my talk today, we start from clove and nutmeg because it easy to understand for the audience. And yeah, this is the activity that we would like to propose, starting from the ethnobotany exploration. We conduct in-depth interview,
participatory observation to understand the community use of spice, and also perform ground checks on the population and the current population and the distribution of spice. Remember, not only clove and nutmeg, but we still have cinnamon and other species. And I believe that Indonesia has many species of spice. And this is only the examples from the phytogeography point of view. And through DNA barcoding of the targeted species, we can identify the genetic relationship and examine their contribution to the global economy. For example, the clove. And people in North Maluku, they believe that one of the oldest clove is Avo variety. And last year, I remember that there was a team from cultural diplomacy. They went to Madagascar, and they met a lot of people in Madagascar. And people in Madagascar believe that Zanzibar variety has a parental species from North Maluku. That we have to prove about this based on the phytogeography analysis. That's why I call it the contribution of Indonesian flora to the global economy. Because you know that at this time, clove and nutmeg not only planted in Indonesia and our, but also all over the world, especially in the tropical country, starting from Asia, Africa, and South America. And one of the biggest producer of clove is not only us. One of the famous variety is Zanzibar from Madagascar. That is we have to be start faster than our competitor outside there, because we have to be very shy. Because Avo is less famous than Zanzibar. Right? So this is we have to think about this seriously later. And I have to move to the next slide. Okay. And before I close my talk this afternoon, and I was thinking that to achieve spice road management strategy to preserve cultural heritage while promoting environmental sustainability, and I propose 5 things or 5 activities that we can do. We start from data on the local knowledge of community and utilizing spice, because you know that Indonesia is very rich in culture, not only culture, yeah, and biodiversity, especially plants. And we collect as many as possible the ethnobotanical data, especially for the spice use. I think we can collect a lot of database from the west to the east, right? Imagine that Indonesia is like from London to Istanbul, very huge country in the territory. Even though that 60% or 70% is mainly water territory. And after we collect the data of the spice plants related to the local knowledge, we should do mapping of the distribution of spice plants. After that, we have to study the natural habitat of the spice, considering both abiotic and biotic factors, and also phylogenetic data of the selected spice. And don't forget to collect the herbarium voucher, and also, and the important things is we can collect the propagation materials like seeds, cutting, because this is very important if we want to replanting, or we want to cultivate, or if we want to convince to the farmer to plant the spice plant across Indonesia. Because you know that working with the farmer is also very important to finalize the idea, but the concept that I present today. And thank you very much. And I give back to Asrila. If you have any question, you can drop me by email because I put my email on the first slide. I don't know if there is a Q&A session, but the committee told me that I just deliver the speech, and then probably if you have any question, you can email me, and we can talk and discuss about this. And most importantly, if we can collaborate to realize our dreams that in the coming years, in the near years, space road can be recognized as UNESCO World Heritage. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Prof. Wawan, for sharing your invaluable knowledge and insight. And for all of the participants, if you have a question or want to discuss with Professor Wawan, just email him at wawan.sujarwo@gmail.com. All right. Now we'll hear from Professor Dr. Sundari, SPD, MPD from Cairo University, Ternate, Indonesia. Okay, operator, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. In this forum, I will present my research and theme with title Profile Long Read Sequencing Analysis of the Chloroplast Genome in Syzygium aromaticum Varietas Avo as Olges Clove from Ternate Island. This research is part of the main research with title Development of the Avo Clove Genome Library to support the city branding of Ternate Spice City, or in Indonesia, Ternate Kota Rempah. This research was funded by the Ternate City Government in 2024. In this time, several research that state that Avo clove have similarities with Zanzibar clove. In morphological similarities, Avo and Zanzibar, which is Olges as ancestor of clove in the world, Zanzibar clove or Avo clove. Clove is an important spice and the main produce of essential oil in Indonesia and the world. This plant is native to eastern Indonesia, and in North Maluku there are 6 types of native clove, namely Avo 1, Avo 2, Tibobo, Tauro, Sibela, Indari, Dogiri, and Daun Buntal clove. In Ternate Island is often called the Spice Island because of the presence of the oldest Avo clove and several other types of the best quality clove, include Zanzibar clove and Siputih clove. Historically, Avo is the oldest clove in the world. Currently, the existence and potential of Avo clove face significant challenge due to unsustainable management practice in their natural population. Current habitus of Avo in the native habitat. Ternate Island is the native habitat of Avo clove. the spot Avoclove in the Tongoli district. Roadmap of the research on the existence of Avoclove based on molecular biology data on genome database from 2017 until 2024. In 2017, research about molecular identification and taxonometric research of ternate clove, and 2018 research about metagenomic of the ternate clove. In 2018, research about phylogenetic study compiled of Avoclove and Sibella clove using molecular marker gen ITS. And phylogenetic and taxonometric on local clove of Ternate and Tidore Island using RBCL gen as molecular marker, and the 2022 until 2024 research about development biomarker clove using primer on molecular marker RBCL and ITS gen, RAPD and IFSR molecular marker, and study phylogenetic and taxonometric research using molecular marker RAPD and SSR. And the last research or new project research collaboration about Ternate city government research on the development Avoclove genome library. Research about molecular identification and taxonometric of Ternate clove has been published in International Conference of Life Science and Technology. This study produces information that RBCL can detect clove similarity at the genus level and assimilarity to Syncytium cumini until 90%. Research about metagenomic of the Ternate clove has been published in IOP conference, and the study produced information that metagenomic techniques have prospect in the detecting microbial consortium that support ecotype for the clove habitat and growth and potential and productivitas from a clove. Research about phylogenetic study, a comparison of the Avoclove and Sibella clove using molecular marker gen ITS, has been published in Biodiversitas Journal, and this study produced information that Avoclove are older than Sibella clove. And then research phylogenetic and taxonometric on local clove in Ternate and Tidore Island using molecular marker RBCL gen. This study produced information that Avoclove have genetic similarity with Zanzibar clove detect with the RBCL gen. This is abstract. My research with title Profile Long Read Sequencing Analysis of the Chloroplast Genome in Syncytium aromaticum varietas Avo as Olges clove from Ternate Island has been submitted in the Biodiversity Informatics and Plant Conservation Journal. This research successfully produced the complete Avo clove chloroplast genome comprising 157,990 base pair, with has potential to be used in various genetic analysis applications. This application provides hope for the future of Avo clove conservation, offering new avenue for sustainable management and conservation clove in the Ternate and the North Maluku. And the last study genetic inter-Avo clove using varietas Avo 1, 2, and 3 using LPCL can. The study produced information that Avo 1, Avo 2, and Avo 3 clove has genetic similarities and they are in one cluster in the group. And the last slide, this prototype output of the research-based roadmap of my research. My research roadmap from 2017 until 2024 produce 2 books about clove entitled Serba-Serbi Cengkeh based on morphology, data, and mosaic rempah. The information this book about how the ancestor Avo clove or Zanzibar clove and prototype output of the research draft branding Herbarium ternatensis and prototype object Herbarium Avo clove from Ternate Island. Thank you very much for attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, thank you, Professor Sundari, for delivering your research of Syzygium aromaticum. Next, we will begin our third panel's discussion, led by Pak Irawan Santoso Suryo Basuki, SS, from the National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN. And I would like to invite Pak Irawan to the stage, please. Please give applause to Pak Irawan. Okay, now the panel is yours, Pak Irawan.
Okay, thank you very much. But can you listen my voice?
Yes, it's here in Zoom.
Right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak dan Ibu. Thank you very much for coming or still being here during the day. So we will have a second session of the day. We will start with, I suppose that the session will be short because we only have 3 presenters. As per usual, every session we will have a presentation and also the Q&A session. So for every presenters that already been recorded in the video, they will play the video for 10 minutes. I will let all the presenters to do their presentations. After that, we will have a Q&A for about the time allocated for this Q&A is about 30 minutes. And then I suppose we can call it a day. So without further ado, so I will introduce first presenters. The first presenter is Dewi Kumorati, is a PhD candidate in social anthropology at the University of Indonesia. In 2023, she was a visiting fellow at Lee Kuan Yew of Public Policy in National University of Singapore. Her research interests include nationalism, identity, material culture, heritage management, creative economy, art, and design. I think I will let Bu Rati to play the presentation.
Good day. I'm Dewi Kumorati. I'm presenting my research paper and legitimacy in politics of heritage. Indonesia's aspiration to become a global maritime fulcrum by 2045 is hampered by a disconnect between its population and the sea. While the government aims to revive maritime culture through heritage preservation, differing interpretations of maritime heritage and local resistance pose significant challenges. Overcoming these obstacles requires a collaborative approach between the state and local communities to foster a shared understanding of maritime heritage and its role in Indonesia's future. Indonesia is an example of a country that embeds geographical aspect in forming its identity. The geographical condition as the largest archipelagic country in the world is a widespread narrative, even though the emphasis on the term archipelago implies a terrestrial orientation and positions the sea as a separator. As an archipelagic state, it is unique to us that Indonesia, as a homeland, is called Tanah Air, which means land and water, interpreting the insight that perceives the land and the sea as an outlook. The word Tanah Air has no equivalent in other languages. English vocabulary such as motherland, fatherland, homeland reflect terrestrial insights into the regional conception of those countries. But as we talk about reviving the maritime culture, what maritime culture are we referring to? How to connect this maritime awareness? The vision to become the global maritime fulcrum in 2045 leaves a big challenge in terms of how to bring back the knowledge to the society who have been gradually uprooted from the tradition of a maritime nation. Meanwhile, to return to being a maritime nation, efforts are needed to revitalize collective memory, one of which is by taking historical reference. But again, which part of history, which part of the timeline, and whose story? For Indonesian people, spice has been an important part that form maritime awareness. Spice is not something new to Indonesians. It's always been there as a part of daily life, which to some extent often taken for granted. But at least in the last 10 years or so, the collective memory of spice has suddenly burst into the imagination of Indonesian people. The biodiversity of the Indonesian archipelago, especially its spices, is believed to have played a vital role in shaping the maritime trading routes that change history. This research employs a multi-site ethnographic approach to investigate the global circulation of cultural elements related to the spice route narrative, particularly as seen through the lens of local community activism in Belitung. By tracking the movement of people, objects, meaning, language, symbol, metaphors, this study aims to provide a comprehensive understanding of how cultural exchange and diffusion occur in a globalized world. In 2017, the Indonesian government initiated an effort to nominate the spice root to be inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List. From the point of view of the state, spice root serves as a metaphor. As explained, spice is positioned as a metaphor for the warmth of human interaction, while root is a geographical space that accommodates intercultural interactions as indicated by the connection between certain nodes that form networks and eventually forming a corridor. The interaction between nations in the spice route is not only between ethnic groups and early political units within the archipelago, but also between humans and other nations. Regarding the state's effort to revive maritime culture, I'd like to show how shipwreck is incorporated into the narrative of knowledge production. The Ministry of Education and Culture feels the urge to communicate the spice route to public as a step to revive the collective memory of the people who are now starting to fade. In conveying the narrative of the spice route, the government makes use of the museum space as an arena for knowledge production. Since 2016, various initiatives have been carried out by the government, such as holding exhibition not only in museums but also in public spaces, like also what the community have done. What is interesting in these exhibitions, there's always a segment that displays artifacts from shipwrecks. So I'd like to refer to previous studies and debates regarding heritage as follows. Smith argued that the idea of heritage is not neutral. It's often used to uphold Western dominance. This powerful narrative is supported by global bodies, making it difficult to resist. While Phil Stetter argued that UNESCO's definition of heritage is rooted in Western cultural values, it prioritizes specific cultural elements, neglecting alternative perspective. Harrison argued that since heritage is linked to tradition, memory, and time, there's a strong desire to preserve it. This often leads to the idea that heritage is fragile and needs protection, often through government intervention. Unfortunately, heritage can also be exploited for profit through tourism. Chua Bonats and Komut suggest that maritime heritage is challenging to explore due to its location and cost. Indonesia, with its long history of maritime trade, likely has numerous shipwrecks in its waters. Its cultural diversity requires a heritage management approach that values local wisdom. Given the ongoing discussion about heritage and the specific challenges highlighted in this case study, I'd like to shift our focus to the role of local communities in heritage politics, rather than solely focusing on the authority and legitimacy of the state. But before that, let's see what is shipwreck from a state perspective. These historical artifacts offer valuable insights into the nation's trade, culture, and technology. The government has established museums and is developing sustainable tourism initiatives to educate the public and foster a vibrant maritime nation. Let's take a closer look at government efforts. I'm mapping the spice route with Belitung Island as key location. In Belitung, museums are tools for producing knowledge about maritime history. One of them is the Tanjung Pandan Museum, which is under the Belitung regional government. This museum, the visitors can explore the history of tin mining on Belitung Island in the form of replica mines and equipments, historical relics, shipwreck cargoes, and also mini garden complete with children's play facilities. Another is the East Belitung Maritime Gallery, which is tourism-oriented, emphasizes shipwrecks and Belitung maritime history. Located in Manggar Kajang Market area, East Belitung, this museum was opened on January 2021 during the pandemic. And according to the officer, The space is classified as gallery rather than museum because it aims for marine and maritime tourism. The other one is the Belitung Maritime Museum, which is located in Sijuk, Belitung. This museum presents a broader perspective, encompassing knowledge and technology about the sea, maritime kingdom relations within the archipelago, Nusantara's connection with the outside world, shipping technology and socio-cultural aspect of shipping, and the historical role of Belitung. This museum is under the authority of the Directorate of Protection of the Central Ministry of Education and Culture, and was officially opened during the World Ocean Assessment event in December 2022. So how do local Belitung people view this so-called maritime heritage? The Belitung people hold a nuanced view of their maritime heritage, differentiating between inherited items based on their origin and meaning. Warisan, derived from Arabic, refers to material possessions passed down through generations. It emphasizes economic benefit and private ownership and can encompass both tangible and intangible items. Warisan is less emotionally charged and doesn't carry a strong moral obligation. On the other hand, pusaka, originating from Sanskrit, denotes objects with special social and cultural significance. Deeply connected to tradition, history, and identity, pusaka carries a moral duty to protect and honor ancestors. It can also be tangible or intangible, but is more emotionally charged and sacred. Heritage is more than just physical objects. It's about the intangible values, traditions, stories that are passed down through generations. Heritage helps to understand their history, their place in the world, and their connection to their community and ancestors. Local communities have a deep appreciation for heritage and often have unique methods of preserving and sharing it across generations. Belitung, an island community with a maritime culture, doesn't distinguish between land and sea as separate entities. However, this interconnectedness doesn't extend to identity. Coastal communities are often perceived as more advanced, open, and knowledgeable due to their proximity to the sea. Conversely, inland communities are stigmatized as backward and less modern. While these distinctions are subtle, they can be felt in everyday interactions. Despite coastal communities' egalitarian nature, their wider connection to the outside world provides a reference for understanding social boundaries and hierarchies, leading to a sense of superiority over inland communities. The central government's focus on land infrastructure also has shifted the development orientation away from the sea, which is seen as a natural asset. The shift has led to a devaluation of maritime culture and prioritization of land-based lifestyles. As a result, cultural values have eroded and museums are now primarily reviewed as tourist attractions rather than educational institutions. This terrestrial paradigm has had negative consequences, such as the commodification of cultural heritage. Belitung's maritime heritage includes shipwrecks from the pre-colonial era. While these shipwrecks are available, locals don't consider them as heritage but rather as commercial items. These perceptions stems from narratives created by outsiders. The Belitung government views shipwrecks as tourism products with commercial value, a narrative reinforced by foreigners like businessmen, collectors, and experts. While foreigners introduced the commercial value of shipwrecks, the country of origin didn't share this perspective. This value of shipwrecks can be economically significant, leading to the concealment of their location. Belitung residents view their shipwrecks as assets, and efforts to preserve them are often met with skepticism. They believe that a shipwreck true values lies in its potential for economic gain through transactions. The government's neglect of local wisdom in interpreting maritime heritage has hindered its effort to revive maritime culture. Government policies focused on tourism and economic development have alienated people from their cultural roots. The struggle for authority in defining and interpreting maritime heritage has led to the government using museums as tools for both control and economic gain. Experts and communities often disagree on the heritage definition, while the community's perspective is often overlooked in intellectual debates. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentations. I think it's quite interesting because, oh yeah, I forgot to mention uh, at the opening that we are in the geopolitical implication of cultural heritage management. So if you have any questions or ideas or something that intrigue your mind about this heritage management system, you can raise your hand or probably drop questions on the chat box. Okay, thank you very much, Bu Dewi, for your presentations. I will now move on to the second presenter. We have Sandra Triniaina Clara Raso Lonjatovo. I'm sorry, hopefully I'm not mispronouncing your name. Is a teacher at the University of Antananarivo, Madagascar since 2023. She is also a corresponding member of the Malagasy Academy and have participated in various symposiums and conferences focused on socio-economic and environmental issues in context of sustainable development. So I will let Ms. Sandra to play his presentation.
Thanks for giving me the floor. Hello, everyone. I'm so excited to present in front of you the result of my research entitled The Marine Humanitarian Actions Main Case for Sustainable Maritime Activities, Case of Madagascar. Well, we know that the oceans occupy 70% of the Earth's surface. And Madagascar is a large island shaped like a right foot, part of the African continent, in the east of Africa, located in the Indian Ocean. The fact is that the oceans absorb the majority of emissions from atmosphere to prevent air pollution, but the humanitarian actions make the oceans subjected to dual pressure, anthropogenic and atmospheric. So, specific humanitarian actions are needed to restore the ecosystem's balance. Our objective is to contribute for speeding up the success of restoration, environmental, and protection actions. The question is, what are the main humanitarian actions that guarantee the continuity of maritime activities? To respond, we need to verify that there are key humanitarian actions that determine the sustainability of marine activities. So for that, firstly, we're going to verify that the adoption of a sustainable governance model for maritime exploration through innovative practices is crucial. And secondly, we will verify too that the implementation of specific actions to restore the marine ecosystem balance is effective. As a methodology, we accumulated knowledge from literature reviews, conferences, colloquium sessions, symposiums, interviews, and we try to expose guideline tips for the future management of maritime exploitation for sustainable development and international protection. We adopted a political deductive approach and objectivity inductive approach. The approach is similar for Madagascar and neighboring countries. A cooperation and alliance strategy on the regional and international scale is required. We need global community for collective implementation, human actions. The coastal inhabitants practices traditional exploitation and sustainable operating. For the traditional exploitation, fish products are for consumption and for coastal inhabitant trades. Then human encouragement affect the wide range of marine biodiversity. And for the sustainable operating, they adopted restoring and protecting marine ecosystem communities with NGOs support and government. After having experiences of sustainable operating practices, problems are still staying, such as climate change and waste staying. We know that coast communities contribute to the restoration and protection of marine ecosystem, but the degradation impact is still staying. Why? Maybe maritime area concerned by the beneficial effect of sustainable impact are limited. So, extending activities till the marine exclusive economic zones is a need. What is innovation here? Innovation is to ensure the continuous multiplication of specific species and adapting them to the human needs. Innovative practices are first, mobilizing and encouraging the involvement of those who interact with sea, like marine aquaculture practice, enhancing the value of their product. Second, restoring actions for the balance of marine ecosystem, like protective actions against the spread of degradation and making barriers to the emergence of new threats. Regeneration actions to repair damage caused by environment degradation. We feel the presence of unconscious self-destruction, to summarize. So, awareness arises after experiencing the harmful consequences. And humanitarian actions are necessary to neutralize the harmful effects of previous activities. We know that the destruction of the marine environment means destruction of activities related to the sea. In all, the innovation of maritime exploration management is based on maximizing human participation for restoring marine ecosystem balance. So, I thank you all for having paid attention, for listening to me.
Okay, thank you very much, Sandra, for the presentation. I think we can elaborate more about the maritime problems because it's quite general. I think we can elaborate more in the Q&A session after this presentation. So we will continue to the third and the last presenters for this session. We have Jane Francois and also with her co-author, Jaslyn Dabita, to present their paper today. So Jane is a lecturer and head of the international relations at President University, and her co-author, Jaslyn Dabita, is her students in international relations, batch to 2021. So, Bu Jane, floor is yours. I mean, time is yours, not yours.
Hello, good afternoon, International Forum on Spice Routes 2024. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Jean-François. I am Head of International Relations Study Program, Presiden University. I would like to present my full paper, Defense Heritage Tourism in Spice Routes of Semarang City, because my doctoral dissertation is about defense heritage in Indonesia Defense University. I was graduated in 2021. This paper discovers that the spice route in Semarang represent a defense diplomacy strategy. The study used qualitative methods with the three categories: defense heritage, defense diplomacy, and sustainable tourism. Semarang holds significant potential for driving the creativity economy in Indonesia and opening new opportunities in defense heritage tourism. Introduction. This research discusses the defense diplomacy from broader perspective, including its role in sustainable tourism and also economic potential. ASEAN and also European Union serve as key regional examples for advancing sustainable tourism. And this paper emphasizes the importance of defense heritage as diplomatic tool, particularly in ASEAN, and also to unite historical narrative. Yeah, as you can see here, there is a map. Yeah, here several recommendations for how you can define spice routes. Yeah, in Indonesia. Yeah, from here Aceh to Papua, yeah, Minahasa to Pulau Rote, and here I would like to focus in Semarang because my last research I have observation in Semarang. Okay, what is defense heritage? Based on my doctoral dissertation in Indonesia Defense University, defense heritage refers to historical objects, buildings, monuments, places tied to the struggle against colonialism in Indonesia. The concept extends from 1511 until 1949 and aims to preserve and promote national history, exemplified by cities like Jakarta, Surabaya, as well as Semarang. So here, defense heritage is quite different with cultural heritage. Okay, here perhaps you know about this figure, yeah, one important figure in our historical narrative of becoming Indonesia. We have General Sudirman, and Semarang is one city that gives us some proof that we really have some fight against colonialism and also struggle to get our independence. And this is General Sudirman when he with the troops in Semarang, yeah, in the process of course, to fight independence, to fight the colonialists, and also to gain more recognition from international. Next. Okay, defense diplomacy. What is defense diplomacy? Here's defense diplomacy involves non-violent use of military forces to strengthen diplomatic ties. Of course, in my paper, I don't talk about the war. Yeah, I don't talk about peace and conflict, but I more talk about several things that becoming tools of diplomacy. Like for example, in the concept of cultural heritage, we have batik. And in tourism, we have so many activities in tourism. That's why here I would like to promote defense heritage tourism, especially in Semarang. Yeah, here this is my novelty in my doctoral research. So I have defense heritage map, yeah, from cities that I really went to these cities, yeah, to define what is defense heritage based on Indonesia perspective and how you can define in which level. So here I have 4 levels, yeah, of defense heritage. From the very first one, the yellow one, it means that the sites is still there, and we for the maintaining is like for social media or digital diplomacy. Until the very purple level, it means that the sites must be reconstructed or perhaps totally vanished by the natural disaster or by the time, yeah. And as you can see here, most of the level 4 defense heritage in the eastern part of Indonesia, yeah, based on my observation. And Semarang, I think here, yeah, still in the orange level. It means that Semarang government needs to not just maintain the heritage, but also to maintain the promotion by social media. And here the third concept, sustainable tourism considers economic, social, and also environmental impacts. Semarang tourism data show potential, but the city also needs to develop a more strategic program to attract foreign tourists with specific interest in its defense heritage. As you know, perhaps also I have several students coming from Semarang. They know about Semarang as perhaps many cultural heritage and also many tourism sites. But how about the defense heritage sites that can be potential tourism in the future? Not all the young people now knows really about what is Semarang potential in the concept of sustainable tourism. That's why in my paper I try to promote this. Okay, here this is also based on my research and observation in Semarang. In the last May, I went to Semarang. I proposed 4 steps. The first one, regulation that support the research ecosystem, because regional government strategic plans or REMSTRA must include the program related to historical narrative of the nation's struggle, and also special budget to support creative programs related to defense heritage. Based on my observation around Indonesia and also around the world, to have information about defense heritage during my doctoral dissertation in Indonesia Defense University 2018 until 2021, I figured out that not all cities or provinces in Indonesia have the same planning. So for example, I went to Surabaya. They have different approach how they can support this defense heritage idea. When I went to Padang, for example, or in Manado, or in perhaps in Papua and also in Ambon. So each province they have their own plan. That's why I really here propose the government of Semarang must have REMSTRA and also special budget. And here international connectivity, it means that Semarang is becoming the center of defense heritage activities in Central Java, which can be also the rival Yogyakarta popularity. In the regional government structure, a special functional task in the field of internationalization of Semarang tourism development must be added directly to the responsible regional secretary. So we have local government Semarang, and we have, how do you call it? The central the local government, and then the secretary of that department. So here, regional secretary or sekretaris daerah. And collaboration 5.0 with the respected stakeholders. So remember about the pentahelix approach. So not just with the people of Semarang and community, but also outside Semarang, including the central government. And the fourth, strengthening the city fundamental economy. In accordance with the Indonesia Defense Diplomacy Policy, Semarang supports sustainable tourism in accordance with the UN SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, which is in line with Indonesia national interest. And also Semarang maintains existing good programs, for example, training for small business, UMKM, digital public service application, and collaboration with the history lover community. This is related also with this point about the collaboration. For example, Semarang can be prepared to become a center for tourism strengthening activities that prioritize strategic collaboration, creating new, creative, and never before carried out state defense program together with the Ministry of Defense and TNI. Because Kemhan and also TNI, they have a Bela Negara program, right? And how Semarang can be participated, not just becoming the follower, but becoming the initiator, becoming the center, becoming the priority collaborator in the Central Java. Okay, for my conclusion, Semarang Defense Heritage holds great potential for sustainable tourism and economic growth. The city government should focus on developing human resource, collaboration, and digital platform to promote defense heritage. By doing so, it can attract tourists and create new economic opportunities tied to the city's rich history. Thank you so much. And here I have Instagram also to promote. The first coming from my department, International Relations Study Program, President University, and the second, Defense Heritage. This is a community that I built since the first time I was writing my doctoral degree. Thank you so much for the Committee of International Forum on Spice Routes 2024, and see you.
Thank you very much. Please give a round of applause to all the presenters. also maybe virtually in Zoom meeting. Now we are entering the Q&A questions, but before, please allow me to give an first opportunity to audience here in Jakarta. If there are any questions, please just give a shot. Anything about from the three presenters? Oh, by the way, Bu Dewi is here with us, so probably I just want to invite Bu Dewi to come up to stage with me. Yeah, any questions that might be intrigued your mind about this heritage management system? Or probably just ask. I have questions, very interesting questions, because that probably if we see a lot of aturan gitu ya, peraturan in Indonesia says heritage site, shipwreck, or anything else is just like just a site, just cultural heritage sites. But never think about this contain a knowledge that probably can give us a lot of information about how knowledge in the past is being produced and circulated among the local peoples. Now, how do you think about that? See a heritage not as objects, but something that more than that, knowledge that contains in that heritage site.
Right. The question is how to see beyond heritage.
Yes, do you think that now a lot of regulations put that in their considerations, how to treat, how to maintain or preserve the heritage site?
Yes. So specifically in my case that I presented, yes, I see that there's many layers of understanding about heritage, but I feel that the government is not really taking into account the local understanding about heritage. So that's why when I was talking to my colleague and communities in Belitung that shared their stories about this shipwrecks and their understanding about heritage, warisan or pusaka, I finally understand that these shipwrecks cargoes, for example, that has been presented in the museums, they feel that yes, it's heritage, but it's not necessarily our stories. It's a narrative from outside about, for example, the foundings, the artifacts in the Belitung shipwrecks here, mostly are, according to archaeologists, remains from the Tang dynasties and so on. And of course, it's not their heritage. Yeah? It's not their pusaka. Yeah? Because it's actually owned by definitely not their ancestors, but the fact that their region played an important role in the spice trade route, that's the valuable fact. But the artifacts, that may not be our pusaka. So if it has commercial values, collectors, for example. But of course, the narrative here, the government encouraged to please preserve it because it gives us an understanding about our role in the past. But again, the fact is there are multi-layer of understanding about heritage that differentiate warisan and pusaka.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. Any comment from the audience here in Jakarta? Yes, Mbak yang pakai jaket biru di belakang.
Terima kasih. Saya dari ITV Jakarta. Beberapa waktu yang lalu kami pernah interview seorang pegiat maritim. Lalu dia memang menyatakan di Nusantara ini, lalu ada satu pernyataannya sampai hari ini cukup memprihatinkan, yaitu ketika ditanyakan apakah Indonesia ini negara maritim. Kita merasa kita punya banyak laut, tapi ternyata kita bukan negara maritim. Dan itu sebagai seorang jurnalis waktu itu saya tersentak, dan betul juga kita punya banyak laut, tapi kita bukan negara maritim. Karena memang kemaritiman tidak pernah dibangun di negeri ini. Dan mendengarkan pemaparan dari Mbak Dewi membuat saya semakin prihatin ya, karena tadi dipaparkan dengan kita lihat apa yang ada di Belitung, apa yang ada di museum-museum di Belitung, kita bisa tergambar, atau mungkin theater of mind kita bisa mengira-ngira kira-kira di masa lalu seperti apa perdagangan jalur rempah di daerah sana. Dan saya merasa berterima kasih karena Mbak Dewi memaparkan sesuatu yang membuka wawasan saya, dan semoga kami sebagai jurnalis juga setia untuk menyuarakan bahwa Indonesia ini dulunya adalah negara maritim yang sangat jaya, dan itu mungkin bisa kita mulai bangun dari sekarang ya. Entah sampai kapan image-nya akan terbangun kembali, tapi saya rasa itu sesuatu yang mungkin kita perlu tanamkan juga di generasi-generasi muda sekarang, bahwa ini saatnya kita melihat kembali sejarah kita sebagai suatu negara maritim yang jaya. Dan mungkin acara-acara seperti ini perlu seringkali atau dipresentasikan lebih banyak lagi, supaya pandangan itu, image itu, kebanggaan itu terbangun kembali. Dan semoga masyarakat juga tergerak ya untuk melihat tadi benda-benda yang ada di museum itu bukan hanya sebagai satu pajangan, tetapi juga sebagai satu tanda yang menceritakan kejayaan kita di masa lalu. Dan terima kasih sekali lagi untuk Mbak Dewi untuk hasil penelitian dan pemaparannya. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Mungkin ini lebih ke komentar ya, Bu Dewi, tapi mungkin bisa coba dielaborasi lebih jauh. Gimana caranya si heritage itu bisa direpresented as, ya, so we can see that we are, or we were, and we will be the maritime nation through that kind of heritage.
Yeah. So should I use mixed language? Okay. Yeah. Saya akan mencoba merespon. Yes, we do have a maritime history. As I mentioned in my presentation, that our government is keen in positioning Indonesia as a maritime nation with their vision, global maritime volume and whatever. But of course, there are challenges like what Ibu Bernadetta have mentioned, that we are now less maritime. So that's why I can understand why the government now have a vision to revive the maritime culture through taking historical reference. And that is why shipwreck is considered as one narrative that could could help frame this one example of how to frame us in the past, that we have a role in history. So yeah, by taking historical reference, and that's why the learning tradition in Indonesia, younger generation, have to be nurtured, because yeah, that's the point.
Ada lagi? Is there any comments or questions? Not only to Mbak Dewi, but also to the other presenters here. If, so we can probably just continue to Zoom meeting. If there are any questions from the chat box, or there's anyone that want to raise their hand, or yeah.
To ask a question to the Ibu Jane and Ibu Jesslyn. Yeah. I find your presentation is very fascinating. It's very interesting about the different characters. And to learn more about it. My question, who are this so-called heritage, defense heritage? And at the presentation, I, in my impression that this defense heritage is actually framing the narrative of struggling nation towards independence. And I feel that it's more to identity. It's about identity. So my question is, why do you frame this in the context of diplomacy? Because in my understanding, please, I need your expertise to explain. In my understanding, I'm not in the international relations, of course, but my understanding is diplomacy involves negotiations between parties, between states. So, what kind of negotiations that are put forward in this defense heritage? Because in the conclusion, it was mentioned that it's support tourism, identity. So, why frame it in diplomacy? That's my question. Thank you.
Boleh langsung mungkin? You can directly answer the questions from the Dewi.
Hello, am I audible? Can you give me confirmation?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I would like to say thank you for the question. And I would like to tell all the people here that Dr. Jane cannot attend this meeting because she has depends right now with her student. So for the first question, may you repeat the question who? Because like your voice is not clear. For the second question, I got it. Like why we frame this as a diplomacy, right? Okay. Can you repeat the first question?
My first question is, who are the target audience for this defense heritage?
Who are the target's audience?
Audience.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Dewi, for the question. I'm Jacinda Vital, the student of International Relations. For the first question, I will answer this in my capacity. However, for the more elaboration, you can discuss with Dr. Jen, of course. Okay. The first question, who are the target audience of defense heritage? Of course, at the first stage, we want to the audience is also Indonesian people itself because we want to emphasize how the struggle of people to get our independence in the past. For example, because right now in the globalization era, there is a lot of value that we lose. So we want like the spirit of our ancestor, like pejuang in the past, still we can preserve that value. So for the first, we want Indonesian people know about this because as far as I know,
in Indonesia, we only know about like cultural heritage, right? So even I very like heritage, but I know defense heritage when I joined the course and meet Dr. Jin, because like as we know, it is like very important. Even like in my area, I'm from NTB, there is a lot of defense heritage here, but the condition is very we can see like if you see on the presentation, it can be categorized as poor because like almost the structure, I mean like the objects almost destroyed and we cannot see the object. Even like the story, only few people know about that. However, we want to emphasize like youth in my area know about this value because like we I'm sorry, I would like to mix language because like we right now kita menikmati kemerdekaan itu, jadi kita harus tahu nilai-nilai masa lalu dan terus memperjuangkannya lagi. And the next, the audience also we want to emphasize the international community, of course. For example, because defense heritage tourism had a big potential. I can see that in Surabaya there is a lot of object and it's very interesting. And from the community at Surabaya, they said like there is a lot of tourists from any country. They're very interested with this place rather than Indonesian people. So the audience can be Indonesian people and also the tourists. Oh, Dr. Jen is here. Yes. So Dr. Jen, the first question is about who is the target of our audience of defense heritage, and the second question, why will we make the narration on our paper like diplomacy, because like Miss Dewi said like diplomacy as he know that diplomacy should contains like negotiation. Why we conclude defense heritage as defense diplomacy? Maybe Dr. Jane can continue to answer Miss Dewi question. Thank you. I'm sorry for the lack of answer.
No worries. Thank you so much, Jaslyn. Jaslyn is one of my best student, international relations student from batch 2021, who also have experience writing a research paper and also field trip to defense heritage. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry for coming late into the Zoom session because I had thesis defense before. My name is Jean-François. I am head of international relations study program from President University. My doctoral thesis since 2018 until 2021 about defense heritage. And together with Jaslyn, we already had so many field trips. So based on what already explained by Jaslyn, defense heritage is about identity. It's about how you perceive really proud of becoming Indonesia. When you said, okay, perhaps you have like scholarship interview or work interview, and then you said, my name is, and then I'm coming from, I graduated in, etc. So here, when you said also, I'm Indonesian, why you have so proud in this? Because, our nation have struggling process against colonialism since 1511 until 1949. This is the period. When you said defense heritage, this is the period because each country, they have their own time to know about their struggling against colonialism. And for Indonesia, 1511 until 1949. And here, why we put Semarang as the case study, because also we have research and observation, not just in Semarang, but around Indonesia. But both for this spice route, because we want to connect, the connection with the spice route. Here, perhaps in the context of diplomacy, spice route is like not just history, but it happened right now. It's like in the Semarang, one territory that you can say, okay, this is important for Indonesia local history, but then you can say, okay, not just for Semarang people, but Semarang included in our history of diplomacy, included also in our why people also like Semarang food, for example, why people can interact with very good Semarang people and also they are very nice, they are smiling, So here, not just about diplomacy, how Semarang see Semarang, how Semarang people see Semarang city, but also what is the historical narrative behind Semarang. And that's why here, not just the spice routes, but also this kind of spice route included the history of nation struggling against colonialism. So this is in our paper, we already put so many tabel and so many map why Semarang is also important to know about defense perspective. So that's from my answer. Am I already have saving some minutes or exceeding the minutes?
A little bit more. Yes, I'm a bit curious about the importance you distinguish between the defense heritage and the cultural heritage. What is the importance, both practically and academically, to labeling or distinguish between these two terms? Is that exactly needed, or just probably just want to membedakan saja, just to distinguish between the more specifically about defense heritage, and because the cultural heritage is more broad term? Itu Bu Jane, can you elaborate more about why you choose this defense heritage terminology?
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much, sir. So after my explanation, perhaps Jaslyn also explore your experience in defense heritage field trip. Okay, based on the theory, the defense heritage terminology coming up since 2010. Why? Because so many terminology of heritage at the time, including war heritage, including also industrial heritage, military heritage. So what's make this defense heritage not so same with the other heritage? Because war heritage and also military heritage, it's more talking about those countries who are colonizing other countries. But defense heritage is from the perspective the countries who had been colonized. So it's like the perspective of defense. How people's defense, daily defense, local heroes, how they also struggle against colonialism, and also the process of becoming a nation. I quote one very good book from the French sociologist. His name is Ernest Renan. Ernest Renan books is also influencing Soekarno-Hatta to finally knows that Indonesia must be independent, not under Netherlands Kingdom. This quote from Ernest Renan, he said, "Qu'est-ce que c'est une raison d'être une nation?" It means that how a nation needs or they choose to be a country, not just a nation, not just masyarakat, but becoming merdeka, becoming an independent country. So here the process, of course, not one night, the process not only 1 week or 1 month, but here since 1411, the first heritage sites, the proof that Indonesia struggling against colonialism in the area of, we call this now is Malacca, against Portuguese, and until the KMB, Konferensi Meja Bundar. The process of defense diplomacy that finally international recognition and also acknowledge Indonesia is an identity. Indonesia is not just Nusantara people, but identity. And here, what is the connection with this kind of spice routes? The connection with also gastro diplomacy and the culture heritage. Of course, in the context of defense heritage, those who are struggling is people, right? Not machine, not robot, not device, not laptop, but the people. Here the people, they have their history. And when I quoted Marc Bloch, one French and German philosopher and also historian, he said about l'histoire de peuple quotidien. It means that the daily history of the people. They have their foods, of course, the daily habits, and also other things related to their heritage, but they took the very united identity as Indonesia. That's why it's answering the reflection of Ernest Renan. Qu'est-ce que? What is qu'est-ce que? C'est une raison d'être. Raison d'être means the background, the reasons. D'être une nation, becoming a nation, and this kind our identity. When we call ourselves, I am Indonesian. What kind of Indonesia? How you know that you are Indonesia? Because we have this defense heritage. We have cultural heritage and also spice routes that define our identity. And it's also important with the kind of foreign policy, how you perceive other nations struggling perhaps against modern colonialism. That's why we positioning ourselves to defend those who are suffering, to defend and also to to support
all countries that perhaps under regime or authoritarianism. Okay, so that's the based on the theory, and perhaps Jocelyn, you could also explain a little bit your experience, yeah, as young people, why you love, yeah, to be in part of Defense Heritage Field Trip, because in Presiden University we have 3 credits, ya, 3 SKS for course Defense Heritage, mata kuliah warisan pertahanan, and we have field trip, one of the best course in Presiden University because we have field trip. Yeah, please, Jaslyn.
Jaslyn, just a short response, because I think we will move to the other questions.
Yeah.
Okay, Jaslyn?
Yeah, I don't hear you. I cannot.
Oh, probably just quick response to questions before we moving to the other question if there's any.
Oh, yeah. Okay, perhaps a little bit, Jaslyn, you could, I don't know, 5 minutes, yeah, perhaps in very short time to share about, yeah. Okay.
Hello, am I
Yeah.
audible?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. So I would like to elaborate more my experience during defense heritage. So first of all, I really like to do some research since my senior high school. In senior high school, I conduct some research like I do some observation 1/4 really near to my hometown. But at the time, I don't know about like defense heritage. So yeah, I just figure it out as a site, as an object, and categorize them as cultural heritage. So right now, when I know more about like defense heritage, I elaborate more about the value of the port, how like the struggle of people at their place, and also and it can make me more grateful for what I get right now, because like yes, like I said before, our life right now is can you hear me? Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like what I enjoy right now is like from the blood of our hero at the past. Maybe yeah, just that little bit elaboration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any questions from the audience, both online and offline here in Japan or in Zoom meeting? Just hold on for a second. Is there's any question from the Zoom meeting? Yes.
Hello. Yes. My name is Fatih, and coming from the younger generation, I often find that my generation is becoming the target market for this cultural initiative surrounding the local heritage and culture. And from my perspective, I believe that the reason my generation tends to diverge from traditional values and culture is largely due to globalization and urbanization. Because many young people are more interested in migrating to bigger cities rather than developing their own neighborhood. Additionally, the lack of nuance in today's society regarding local culture and heritage further distance my generation from our own roots. So I guess my question is not not particularly to one panelist. I guess all 3 panelists can answer this question. The question is, how can we provide nuance and make this cultural elements more relatable to the younger generation, and ultimately bring more awareness to young generation about uh, maritime spice and culture. Because by the way, earlier mentions that right now heritage is more about tourism, and in my opinion, the thing with tourism is the tourist itself. What I believe is tourist is an outsider who comes to learn about the local cultures, not the locals learn and nurture about their own culture. I guess that's all for me. Thank you.
Question is for three presenters. How to create new cultures, you mean?
How to create new ones surrounding the local cultures.
Okay. So creating new ones so can relate to the younger generations. Probably I will give an opportunity to Sandra first. Is there Sandra in the Zoom meeting to comment about or respond to the question? Got it. Okay. Probably Bu Dewi bisa can you comment about?
Okay, thank you. Very interesting question. So, how to create new culture that is relevant for younger generation? Is that your question?
Uh, kind of, but my question is more leans to how to make it probably more relatable, so that history, not only the stories about our ancestors, but how can history somewhat becomes somewhat can narrates our own future. So how come history can apa ya, kayak mempengaruhi our own stories, my generation stories in the future.
Yes. Well, that is a very challenging question, especially yeah, for all of us. That also relates to our educational system. Yeah, I suppose. But I'd like to respond to that. It's not how we create something new from our cultural history, but the important thing is to recontextualize and make it relevant with us. And it relates with younger generation. Of course, we need to learn from each other. Like for example, I come from a generation. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, millennium. No, I'm older. I'm older. I think. Yeah. But I suppose from millennials. But I feel that my generation, my children is around 25 years old, so I feel that it's also my generation's responsibility opening up the perspective to their children, and it's about introducing what we have, yeah, in a way, but important thing is to make it relevant. Like, for example, if you're talking about the spice route, then let's not just talk about history, but what is spice route? How, for example, spice route, so it contains spice. Okay. What spice has to do with our daily life? It should be introduced. Like the lack of vocabulary of taste. Maybe you're not familiar with the taste of spices. But that's introduced to younger generations. So different methods, and those are the challenges. Finding methods of knowledge production for younger generation, and that requires dialogue. We need to open up, like my generation need to open up what our children want to know. If they don't know anything, it's because we don't show them. So that's why I'm keen that we should nurture learning tradition, learning from each other, listen to each other, because we have a very diverse culture, very diverse history, and we have to learn how to learn to be Indonesians, appreciate our differences, and that's one of the challenges for all of us. But that's a very good question.
Any comment, Bu Jane, for the questions? How to make culture more relevant to the younger generation?
So it's question for me, yeah, for us, yeah. Okay, how the young culture connect to the cultural heritage?
We can make a sort of new kind of culture, so can relate to the younger generation like that. Yeah.
Okay. So here, yeah, I don't know if I can open this, yeah. So I have some idea to make this defense heritage as a game, yeah, game application or game application. Yeah, so you know Roblox, right? Roblox, what else? Yeah, Mobile Legend. Yeah, so I have this idea how to make young people love their country, love their identity. So you just have this KTP thing and also passport Indonesia when you go abroad, but you know how is the value of becoming Indonesia? How is the value? How you understand about the spice route? Yeah, how you know about your defense heritage? So here I don't know if I could open this, yeah. Okay, can you see my what is this, yeah? How to make it more bigger, yeah? Okay, can you see? Defense heritage as part of digital revolution.
Yeah, we can see that.
Yeah. Okay, so here I have several problem identification. Yeah, so here it not just it you cannot blame young people, they don't understand history, because also since 1920s we don't have really a good policy or regulation to make young people understand about national identity and also national history. So you cannot just blame young people because they are just generation after generation who don't have this kind of policy. If you open the policy from the Lemhanas, yeah, the latest definition about national history is coming since 1940s. So it's not really updated, yeah. So many problem identification from the national policy. It's not really, we just put history as a gimmick. Yeah, for example, we just put, okay, there is some event, okay, you're just doing traditional dances and you just said, okay, we appreciate the culture. You don't know what is the historical background behind these dances or anything from this kind of dances. We just put historical thing as a gimmick, yeah, and that's why what else, yeah, here the quality of the people itself, and then what is in the the thing that we can analyze or we can develop here. Of course, the policy, it's coming from the top down, and also the implementation of many ideas. So defense heritage already have focus group discussion with 15 ministries. I don't know if BRIN is coming or not, yeah, but Ministry of Education is coming at that time in 2022, July, yeah. We have placed FGD in Wantanas, Dewan Ketahanan Nasional. Yeah, so all 15 ministries and also institution, 15 kementerian dan lembaga already know about this idea to a little bit change, not just cultural heritage, but also defense heritage, yeah. And the ideas is about to strengthen the quality, yeah, of the SDN, of the people. And several solution, of course, this is not the solid solution, yeah. But here, because my doctoral dissertation is the first telling us about this, so I have kind of privilege, yeah, to also include in this kind of program. So here, my solution is like game, yeah, game application, game or something a little bit fun like Roblox, yeah, Infinite, Mobile Legend, to have young people attached, yeah, with history in their daily life. If we can have benchmark from United Kingdom, yeah, so here during my doctoral dissertation 2018 until 2021, I have observation not just in Indonesia but also around the world. Yeah, I went to Malta and also I went to New York, including several developed countries. Yeah, and I see that the policy is not just about the historical books. It's not just about the curriculum, but also they involve mobile developer, yeah, game developer especially, to create a very good game like in UK. Yeah, I went to Imperial War Museum, yeah, in London, and they have Winston Churchill game, yeah, to give some knowledge about World War, yeah, in the perspective of England, and to young people. So here they love to learn history. And if you ask, yeah, I ever experienced also living in Poland, yeah, and when you ask the Polish young people, yeah, you know
police history, they know, yeah, and they know how police position, why they really hate Russia, etc. Yeah. So here, perhaps if you ask your children, and perhaps your, I don't know, your cousins or your students, yeah, do you know in Semarang there is Spice Road, and do you know Semarang is one very important city during nation struggle against colonialism? Perhaps they don't know. They just know Lawang Sewu, taking photo in Lawang Sewu, but they don't know what is Lawang Sewu in the nation struggle against colonialism. Lawang Sewu is the basis of military basis of BKR, BKR, Badan Keamanan Rakyat, the roots of the TNI. Yeah, so here perhaps this kind of game and the benchmark, I quote this in my idea. We have to have a product, yeah, game product for young people. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for the elaborative answer. Seems like it's become our problem to make really massive content to be more communicative to younger generations. Probably we can try Budawi with using what Spice Road is so rich, it's not skibidi, and etc. Something like that might be will attract attention from the younger generations. I think that's all for the questions. If there's any for the last time, let's call for any comments or questions. No, I think that's it. I think I will just close this session. Thank you very much. Give a round of applause once again to all presenters. Hopefully, the discussions will have an impact, or probably more discussions to come, give new insights to this spice roots and related aspect of it. So thank you very much. I close these sessions. I return it to the host.
All right, thank you, Pak Irawan, for your valuable time. That concludes today's session. We extend our sincere thanks to all of our speakers, presenters, and everyone in the audience for staying with us throughout the International Forum on Spice Route 2024. And remember, we still have one more day, which will be held in a hybrid format from the Museum of Bank Indonesia. Once again, thank you to this for giving us in this collaboration with BRIN and Negeri Rempah Foundation. And see you tomorrow. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Safira from Belanda, Warsa, Sumatra, who has hosted today's event. And tomorrow, IFSR 2024 will be held hybrid from the Bank Indonesia Museum. And don't forget to watch it on YouTube and Zoom Negeri Rempah. Thank you and see you tomorrow. Museum Bank Indonesia